Wow. Yeah, this looks like a pretty interesting system. Like I said, I was kind of surprised at the. I didn't realize they'd had amount of data out there for it.
Oh, I know. I was kind of surprised too. I think it looks really cool. I'm psyched about it.
Yeah, that's one of those sneaky ones that Edge Studios is making books for it, but they're not advertising it. You just if only if you go to like Drive Through RPG are you even aware of half the stuff that's now coming out for it.
Hmm.
But on the plus side, Edge Studios says it's now going to be back in production with the books that were out of print, which were pretty much all of them. So that's definitely on the good side. I'm going to shoot Christopher a quick message real quick, reminding him that I shot him the links. Because unlike us, he's Pacific time frame.
Mm. Yeah, I wasn't sure until I started looking at the book what style of cyberpunk this was going to be. Whether it was like, because I was thinking more the other that's like cyber slash fantasy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this has definitely got the high tech cyberpunk for the most part.
Yep.
So if you think like Altered Carbon
Right.
is a really good example because yes, if you guys want to, you can go to Mars like in Total Recall, or
Right.
you
Right.
guys can take in the main city, Angeles. It's got the Beanstalk, which is basically this giant tube that goes from the equator all the way up to an asteroid hanging up in the orbit around Earth. So you could go to the moon if you guys wanted to.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. Like this, I'm just surprised. Like I started looking, I'm like, oh my gosh, there's so much information for this. Like it's
Yeah.
a very thoroughly fleshed out setting.
And pretty much because they try to make the setting generic but specific, because it's basically the old Netrunner series from Wizards of the Coast that then became Android for the card game and all. That it's post World's War. So if you've been watching The Expanse because they just finished the final season, where you've got the Belters and the Martians and the humans fighting each other, there
Right.
pretty much was just a war just like that in the time frame. And thankfully that was a couple years ago. Everything's the dust is settled. So you've got a lot of folks running around with cybernetic prosthetics because they lost an arm in the war or leg in the war. So you can totally have that Cowboy Bebop feel, where ex-gruntled soldier or cop is sitting there with a cybernetic arm doing his thing.
Right. Except that in creation, they don't give you quite enough credits to get an actual cyber limb. So
Did you guys look at the cheat sheet that I sent you guys? In the expansion book, More Than Human, they actually have it so you can start as a partial cyborg or a full cyborg.
oh yeah, I glanced at it. I didn't look fully at it, but
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't get to that
the
one.
only thing is in this one for cybernetics, to keep it from going total ghost in the shell, is basically if you go full cyborg or partial cyborg, there your cybernetics are standard stock, so it's basically the equivalent of a human being's level,
right.
unless you pay to upgrade it.
Yeah. But I mean, the base role cyborg, I mean, there was implants and stuff, but the limbs and stuff were just out of the $1,000 spending limit for the first free implant. So
Yeah, which if you want to have an arm or a leg, we can totally work around that and just say you're still paying payments and you have to worry about having repoed. Because yeah, I
great.
totally agree that it's lame you can't start with one cybernetic arm.
Right.
You
Or
can't
leg or
you
something,
can't
yeah.
become the guy in the picture
Right.
starting as your character
Yeah,
cuz you're like what 500 shy of being able to afford that.
Yep. I think yeah, 5, 4, somewhere in there, 3, 350, something, yeah.
But on the
yeah,
plus side, in the More Than Human book, they released a lot more items.
Cool.
Like there's the mechanical the spider hand that you can detach and have it go crawling around without you.
Yeah, that was kind of cool. Yeah. Actually, what I was thinking of was not Cyberpunk, but Shadowrun.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
this
yeah.
is very different from Shadowrun. That's what I've done in the past, more Shadowrun stuff where, yeah, it was you had magic and tech, elves and dwarves and shit.
Hmm. Yeah, this is definitely more of the like Cyberpunk 2077 or 2020 if you ever played the old RPG.
Yep.
Because we now know you can't have Cybertech 2020.
So
That
you're still looking at the courier, Evan?
Yeah, I've got it pretty much all fleshed out. Unless due to other people's choices, I need to modify. But yeah, I'm pretty much like done. I sent James. I sent you a picture of it. I made like 2 little minor tweaks, but I'm still pretty much there.
Yeah, I have several options I played with and tweaked, but together so far, just see what Christopher's going to do, and then I can fill in the gap.
Speaking of which, how do we get our character sheets imported into this thing?
so
Oh,
you
you
can
got to give us access.
yeah, you basically once we all log in, which since you guys both are logged in, I can totally give you your character sheets.
Totally.
Totally. David, I just gave you yours.
Cool. I found a cool YouTube channel for like cyberpunk background music.
Nice.
It's like 24-hour live.
Oh yeah, there's a Twitch channel that does that too. It's funny because sometimes I'll be playing it and then all of a sudden something really loud and angry will come on, and it's like, oof, turn the speakers down. Oh, I think Christopher just jumped in the Skype.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. It's 8 o'clock at my time.
Yeah.
Oh, was that giving you the reverse time frames?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, sorry about
like
that.
California time?
Yep. Pacific Coast time.
I prefer to think of it as Oregon time, but that's just because I'm a snob.
Okay, so you're up north there. That's better.
You're north of all the riffraff.
Right.
Exact. Well, I don't know. Some people consider me all the riffraff, but.
So, Christopher, this is Evan and David. David and Evan. Christopher.
Hello.
Howdy,
It's a
howdy.
pleasure to meet both of you.
Yes, indeed.
I
Sorry,
apologize. I apologize for the background noise. My wife told me I could not turn the dryer off, and so I'll be muted as much as possible.
Oh, you're good.
You're good.
I don't
Doesn't really
notice it.
Yeah, it doesn't really come through in the headphones, thankfully.
So if that shoe starts bouncing around in there, we know what that is.
Ka-thunk, ka-thunk, ka-thunk.
Precisely.
And I was adding some more handouts so you guys can see stuff.
Stuff and things.
Yep. Like I made one for the player's turn because basically I got a screenshot of the player's turn. You know how they've got those great Star Wars cheat sheets?
Right.
Of this is what you can do in your turn because it's so much easier when you have, a nice little blip. And we'll put that in all of the players' journals because it makes it easier if you guys can actually see it.
Kind of.
Only if we want to, have a clue.
So, Christopher, have you thought about what kind of race and class you're interested in playing?
I have, but I have several different ideas. I thought I would. It depends on what what other people want. The one I'm leaning towards strongest is a clone courier.
I made a natural courier.
Oh, well, I have other ideas too, so that's cool.
Yeah, I got 3. So whatever you want to do, I can fill the gap.
See, I love the fact that you're all a bunch of gamers and you have multiple character ideas already bouncing around.
Oh yeah. Like I said, the character creation's just about as fun as playing the game.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, and a half.
So many options, so few skill points.
Oh, I know. And money. I mean,
Yep.
I guess to some extent you get some stuff, but some of the options I wasn't as happy with, but that's all right. Made it work. So what do you want to do there, Christopher?
I'm sorry, I'm pulling it up. I'm still getting organized.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
I need to stop apologizing.
And so just in case it helps, game rules wise, I've got the dice symbols, the item qualities, and the player's turn down in the handout section. You'll notice there's a bunch of NPCs down there. You can ignore those because I made those for another one-shot Android game. So yeah, pretty much the pretense we're going with is you guys basically work for someone. Think either the Equalizer or Charlie's Angels. That someone who I promise at the game creation will never betray you guys. If they betray you, there's some shenanigans happening that I cross my heart. They will not betray you.
Okay, I thought you were saying they would not betray us at character generation.
You're right.
Day 2, totally different factor.
Yeah. You didn't say ever.
So pretty much you know that your boss has hired you because, basically he needs, he or she needs agents on the ground, so to speak, and you are the chosen ones for whatever reason you pick in your background that why you're working. So if like somebody say picks that they're an ex-cop, it could be that he offered you a better deal, or the fact that, hey, no regulations. If you were a courier that needed to get bailed out of some trouble, maybe that's why you got hired. And since currency is a bit of a weird, funky thing in Android, just know that you guys have a moderate income. So depending on what district you live in, you have a comfortable income to live in that neighborhood. So that way you don't have to worry about your daily expenses, things like that. So just know that you have a moderate income. Granted, it would be great to get a bonus check because, hey.
Yeah.
Because remember, you're working for your boss at the agency, which we still need to come up with a name for the agency. And they're paying your bills, and basically he's subcontracting you guys out. He's paid for you, and he's either getting, or she, getting favors from whoever you guys are helping or some kind of kickback somewhere. Mostly, it's probably just for the greater good, Think of it like the old classic Equalizer and even the new version of, are you in trouble? Is there no one to help you? Call this person.
Yeah.
Or the A-team.
Fixer squad.
Yep. Are you in over your head? If you can get a hold of them, they can help you. Dun, 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 dun.
I thought we were working for the Karis agency.
That's the one that I just threw up as a name holder because
okay.
The reason why I picked that is there's actually a reason for that name, but that's if we go with that agency. If you guys come up with something cooler, I will totally go for it.
Okay, I remembered. Well, I didn't remember. I looked up the name. So the other thing was I kind of love the thought of having a prehensile tail. So I wanted to be a Gmod soldier, which he was. I don't think he wanted to be modified. He was modified to be a participant in illegal street fighting.
Ooh.
Okay.
Nothing like getting unofficially spliced against your will.
Exactly. Exactly. And then forced to fight.
Cool. So a courier, soldier. So, So I have a runner or a tech concept.
And I will warn you in advance that the networking hacking rules are very, very complicated.
Yeah, look pretty intriguing. So do we want a runner or do we want a tech to round out the squad?
I don't know. It is cyberpunk. Like, you gotta have a computer guy somehow, you know?
Okay.
And just like in Star Wars, you know, hacker is a powerful thing in a world full of technology.
Yeah. Well, even the tech has some hacking, or not hacking, but actually SysOp, so more defensive stuff. But so, all right, I will roll with my my runner.
And I will tell you, there is a really cool talent that lets you do remote hacking. I forgot what it was off the top of my head, but it's like a tier 3 that lets you like in Cyberpunk 2077, when you're high enough as a hacker, you can walk up and just hack a guy to shoot themselves.
Oh yeah,
it kind of gives you that abilities.
Let's see. So this is going to be dun dun dun. Okay.
So another thing too is also, what background do you think you want to go with? You know, are you one of the disenfranchised? Are you from the war that's thankfully passed and the dust is settled?
Well, I was thinking for my character, I kind of have a little backstory that he's like from an abusive home and he ran off and he kind of was raised on the streets among the street gangs and started doing jobs to get by. And he's all about making a number, and then when he hits that number, he plans to retire off to someplace alone.
He's looking for that one big score.
Well, maybe or several big scores.
And my guy is so my hacker. He's looking for fame and fortune, looking to make a name for himself.
And for your runner, what race did he go for?
Which what?
Which race? Like Biroid, clone?
Oh, he's actually a natural.
A natural. Wow, a lot of naturals in the group here.
Yeah. The tech I built was a Gmod with a toxin filter who had a fetish with or a kind of a obsession with like getting into drinking contests and for money and shit, and since he can't get drunk.
He pulled the whole Wolverine drinking gag,
Pretty much, yeah. And, the ensuing potential fight afterwards after being accused of stuff.
What? Not able to get drunk?
Is it still, it's not merely accused if you really did it.
Wow. Gotta prove it.
Much like a good con, it's you have to make sure that they got you tied in the corners.
Yeah, that's one of those, you got to prove it. I can't really prove or see that I got a freaking special liver.
Well, I mean, technically they could if they were
Well.
really upset about losing.
Well, that's where some of the fights come in.
And then there was a fight, and then we had to leave. It's like Eric the Red's sagas. And then someone died, and we had to leave. Like every other chapter in these sagas ends with that exact verse.
Right. All right. Let's see.
And then, of course, would come my question. So, for the organization that you work for's name, are you guys good with the Kiris Agency?
Sure. I was I want to ask, like, is that separate from our favor?
Yes, that would definitely be separate from your favor. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
So what Evan's talking about is after you finish making your characters, there's a way to get extra cash or experience. I always say go for the experience unless you need cash for something. That is the favor system. Basically, it means you owe somebody somebody did a favor for you at one point, and you get to create what that favor is. So basically, it gives you that you have contact with one of the organizations. So it could be like, our courier, he basically, got out of a jam with the police, and the police basically, they have a courier. They can call in a favor saying, hey, we need you to deliver this camera package to a door. So he'd be like, God damn it, I can't say no.
Actually, what I selected is I've got a big favor to a street gang, the Vendetta Blood.
Ooh.
Because he kind of had to, he grew up a little bit on the street, and so, the gang at some point did a little something for him, so he owes them big.
Somebody was hassling you, and they didn't hassle you any longer.
Something like that. The other thing about my character is that he doesn't really like violence. He doesn't have a gun. He doesn't like to fight if he doesn't have to. He's just got like a palm stunner that'll like knock somebody out and get away, but he doesn't he abhors violence.
It's all about stunning them and running away from them.
Yeah, that was the hard part.
Stun and run.
Yeah, the soldier was like the only way I had of having a weapon. Everything else is like melee stuff, and with the base build, it was like,
And one thing you'll probably notice in the Android setting is a lot more weapons have pierce.
Oh, really?
It's a lot. The damage seems to be a lot lower than Star Wars, but the pierce quality is on a lot more items. It's almost like they want you to be shot through your fancy armor if you can afford the fancy armor.
All right, let's see.
So is there any skills the three of you guys want to be the specialist for, by the way?
Well, I kind of went with being a little bit of a jack of all trades. The ones I selected were I've got like parkour as my second tier thing, so I'm about moving. I've got I don't have like super specialization, but I've got coordination, perception, stealth, brawl, charm, and deception. So a little bit of social, a little bit physical, just kind of like all around.
Nice. So you're
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah. So your courier picked up a couple non-skills just to make sure you had some survivability there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, mine obviously is cyber hacking, cyber SysOp. Mostly more on the hacking side than the Sysop side with a little tiny nudge of mechanic. Still do a little mechanical stuff. So here's a question for you. So how does this break down between? So there's computer Sysop, computer hacking, and then there's computers.
Well, you mean so there's, on this one, it's going to be pretty much either computers hacking or computer psyops.
Okay. Because I'm like, but then there's like computers. Like, well, but okay, how does that work? Okay, so it's those two. Yeah.
Yeah, so you
And
don't
then
have to worry about
also-
the standard computers as much as hacking and psyops. It just, psyops is the fact you're hacking people, whereas hacking is just the general, you're hacking a machine.
Actually, Sysop, the way it's set up is Sysop's defensive.
Yeah, countermeasures.
skills, yeah, versus hacking your breaking. So
Yeah.
And then the other part is the information part, the net knowledge,
Yeah, knowledge about the net and the scary things that go bump in the internet.
where to find and how to locate and how to do and all that shit, surfing the net.
And the fact that there's scary shit out there in the dark.
It sucks. Okay.
Just remember, there's somewhere out there, there's a firewall that keeps AIs out in the AI area.
Yeah.
Until there isn't.
Okay, so the net, what am I on the net here? Okay, so computer hacking, do they have it in here? Oh, they do have it broke down. Nice.
Yeah, for computers, the new skills replace the single computer skill in Genesis. So you have hacking intel, which is the offensive and destructive use, and psyops, which is the offensive and defensive use.
Yeah, I just, when on that character generator, it had like all three of them. Computer, So I was like, so yeah.
And with melee, you only have to worry about melee. It's not the heavy or the light.
Cool.
It's the fantasy setting that takes precedent for the different types of melee. Because sadly, that would make it a lot more expensive in skills to skill up on that. If you had to pick the difference between your battle axe and your dagger.
Right. Knowledge, the net.
Oh, I like this. I took this talent. I like it for like blending into a crowd. I took unremarkable.
Oh.
So it's like, I think that's a cool and add a failure to their to somebody recognizing you in a crowd.
Mm-hmm. You can pop that collar or put your cap on or put your hoodie up and just immediately blend in with the crowd.
Yeah, I love that.
I'm just another natural running the streets. So one thing I was going to ask about your base of operations. Are you guys wanting an office or like a back booth at a cafe, or what would you guys like as your base of operations?
Oh man. I like the idea of maybe like a back room at a casino or something. Or like an underground an underground gambling den or something. I don't know.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
That's not a. I mean, I have a desire for money, but I'm not. That's not a weakness of mine, so I'm okay.
Now, a quick question about this casino. Is this a legit casino, or is this like a criminally owned casino?
I pictured it being like shady and like, out of the way to disguise what's going on.
You guys good with that?
Just a thought, feel free to
I'm
override me.
No, I'm good with that.
I'm liking
my
that.
guy's easy.
I mean, think of how easy it'll make you getting in and out of your place, because there'll be a constant crowd of people coming in to gamble.
And yeah, my guy won't be as odd looking. I mean, basically he's wears a shrouded kind of clothing and hooded outfit to kind of keep his actual identity obscured.
And think of the cool T5000 internet connection they probably have for the casino for all the real-time betting and gambling.
Right.
Best internet connection ever.
Here's my favorite talent, parkour.
Parkour. Hey, it's far better to have parkour than to be doing just an athletics or coercion to escape somebody.
Well, for a courier, that makes a lot of sense.
That, and when they give you that package and say, hey, extra 200 credits if you get it there in 40 minutes. And you look at the clock and realize traffic's at a standstill.
All right. And my current skills on this guy or talents, I got knack for it and net search. So he's built all about the cyber stuff. Let's see, tier 1, rank 1. That's a passive. Oops. And net search was real nice. Basically upgrades my searches by a knowledge check by upgrades it by 2, but increases the difficulty by 1. And it takes you Lygium, I think. Was it despair or something to basically have despair. False information.
So no threats can be used to lie to you.
So 2 upgrades, even for one more difficulty, that's all right.
Yep. And one thing that I will definitely tell you that your employer, you guys have never seen him or her personally. It's always been through the net that your communications have been delivered.
Nice. Charlie.
All right. Well, since I'm the computer guy, probably sends that shit to me or on a masked, obscured image.
He's got the shadow cloak up, so it's all hazy, so you don't see that he or her is out in the Bahamas right now saying, hey, this is how I give back to the community. From a certain point of view.
Right.
So, Christopher, what skills were you planning to specialize in? I'm assuming the shoot 'em up skills.
Yeah.
Gotta have it.
Yeah, the combat skills. Because I think I'm the only shooter we have.
Yep.
I think the hacker and the runner guy will definitely agree that yes, please shoot somebody for us.
No, nobody shoot if we don't have to. At all.
No, I was looking
but if you do, you better do it.
Yeah, I definitely want to shoot at people. I'm trying to decide if I want to be well, no, I think I only want light range. I'm not a military soldier. I'm a street soldier. I don't think I got into the heavy weapons.
You got the whole street samurai thing going?
Yeah.
Which career did you take again?
Soldier.
Oh, soldier, okay.
Yeah. But it was illegal street fighting that I was...
You're a street soldier.
street soldier, yeah. So yeah, I was looking at the fighting skills, and honestly, I've never made a character before, and the links you gave me, I couldn't get to work, so I um, got the books, and I'm still not 100% sure what I'm doing, to be perfectly honest.
If so, the first thing you want to do is, since you're picking a Gmod, is do you have the online character sheet, or did you want to build it in your character sheet in game here?
I've got the online character sheet open.
Okay, so
with that. Go ahead.
So the first thing you're going to want to do is put in your archetype abilities. That's your brawn, agility, intellect, cunning, willpower, and presence.
Okay.
So for a Gmod, it's going to be 2 brawn, 2 agility, 3 intellect, 2 cunning, and 1 willpower, and 2 presence.
The online one did that for me.
Okay, yep. Perfect. So then you'll want to note your starting skills, because that way you know already what skills that you can check that you have as skills. So you'll get skills. 1 rank in resilience. That's basically your constitution save. That skill is really useful when you need it. You never know you have it until you need it. So if like somebody drops a gas bomb or a taser, that's the skill that you would use to resist the effects of something. Just be aware, there's lots of tasers and gas bombs in Android. So you can mark on the character sheet that you have 1 rank in resilience already.
Yeah, I have. I've got marked from my starting skills the athletics, the resilience, the survival, the light range, and the melee, and apparently brawl.
Okay, so when you make a soldier, you get to pick 4 of your career skills. Make sure to check the ones that are career skills, because there should be a little box for career. Those become cheaper for you to level up. If it's a non-career skill, it's +5 to what you would normally be paying to level up your career skills. So,
sorry.
No, you're good.
It gave me the online sheet is nice because I picked soldier and said select 4 skills to start with 1 free rank, and that was athletics, melee, ranged, and survival. I think I got the brawl and the resilience from.
Okay, and if you're a street level soldier, range light is probably more important than range heavy for you.
Yeah.
Unless you're a shotgun kind of guy.
No.
So once you have those skills in, at character creation, you can't go higher than 2 ranks in any skill, because it basically would be everybody would min-max 1 skill that they're good at. So you can go up to 2 ranks. So at starting level, you have 90 experience. So at this point, the only time you can raise your attributes, your brawn, agility, intellect, cunning, willpower, and presence, is with that starting experience. So later on in the game, you can always raise your skills and buy talents, which are basically like feats in D&D. But at character creation, that's the only time you can raise your abilities. And your abilities are what your dice pool is based on. So your abilities tell you how many dice you roll. Your ranks improve the dice from the green dice to the gold dice, which are the only ones that give you the natural 20 character, the triumph. So usually, good tip for making your character, if you want your ability to be higher, at character creation is the best time to get your abilities up. So if you want to be really good with guns, you probably want to get your agility up to a 3 or a 4. Because that would immediately mean you're rolling 4 green dice even if you're not trained. Which means you're more often than not going to beat a hard, difficult shot. So the difficulty for shooting is you're rolling your dice pool against usually 2 purple dice. Usually. If you're shooting somebody just out of excuse me, just out of pistol range, it's 1 dice, which is why it's really good to come up and coup de grace somebody, because it's super easy to do that. But most times at medium range, you're shooting with 2 purple dice. So if you had an agility of 3 or 4, you have more positive dice than negative dice. So each character that you're raising up is going to be basically 10 times the new number. So to turn a 2 into a 3 is 30 points. To turn a 3 into a 4 is 40 points. So it's 70 points just to get your agility up to a 4 from 2.
Which is almost all of my 90 points, but it sounds like it's worth it.
Exactly, yeah. It pretty much would double your positive dice pool.
Yeah, dice pool is huge, especially in the beginning, until you get like skills to help with stuff.
Mm-hmm. And then if you wanted, you would still have 20 experience left, which you could either use to, like, say, increase your willpower to a 2 from a 1, because 1 means you're pretty easily manipulated. You know, people, obviously this is why you got Gmodded, because somebody said, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, this is medicine, as they gave you the shot and you got sick because they spliced you. Or you could leave it at 1 and use those 20 to either buy traits, talents, or buy skills. So for skills, it's basically, if it's a career skill, it's 5 times the new rank that you'll have. So if you're going to turn a 1 into a 2, that's 10 points. If you're going to buy the first rank, it's only 5 points. So you could really easily use that 20 points to spread out amongst your other skills to at least have a rank in each one. Or you can go, heck for it and go straight for the talents, which give you extra little bumps and stuff. So a tier 1 talent costs 5 experience. Then a tier 2 costs 10, but you have to have you saw on the character sheet the triangle, that you have to have 2 tier 1s before you can buy a tier 2.
Yeah.
That's basically, again, they use that to mitigate minimaxing, that you have to work your way up to the talent tree.
Which makes sense.
And like for the soldier, they have suggestions like quick draw, which by the way is one of the best talents ever, because in game you have to waste your action to pull your weapon out if you are not prepared. If you have quick draw, like every Jedi that plays in the Star Wars game, I tell them get quick draw as soon as you can, because quick draw lets you whip it out as an incidental.
Whoa.
Easy.
Whipping it out.
So that just means that you're super fast and you're always ready for danger. You're that person that spent time in front of the mirror practicing the quick draw technique to make sure that you could get the gun out and shoot the guy before the other guy could shoot you.
I have the movement version of that, jump up.
Oh, jump up is good too, where you don't have to waste movement to get up. Because there's nothing worse than being knocked down and surrounded because you can't run. So basically, our courier is a little spider monkey with his parkour.
Yep, he's got the jump up, the parkour, and the unremarkable, so he's good at escaping.
So so on this online character sheet, where do I find the talents?
Okay, so the talents you'd have to enter in manually, I believe. I think. They should be like...
Oh, no, if you click on the box on the online character sheet, it'll have a drop down.
Yeah,
but it won't give you the full description.
Oh. But where? Oh, there. Okay, never mind. I found it. I think. That's correct.
Okay, yeah, if you scroll down past that, it's down way at the bottom.
Okay, yeah, I found it. And that costs 5?
If it's a tier 1, it costs 5, yeah.
Okay.
And if you're using the character generator, it'll automatically deduct.
Which is really nice.
Adjust everything, yeah.
Yeah. And the nice thing is with the character generator too, if you're signed in, you can save it and come back to it later on, which is really nice. But,
I guess I am signed in.
But quick draw is definitely a good one. Because you're able to whip that boot knife out in a pinch and stab someone, as opposed to they rolled 3 advantages and disarm me. Now I have to pull another weapon out, waste my next attack, get shot, and then pull my weapon out. Instead, it's like, I got another weapon. I got weapons coming out my nose. I am never without a weapon. And I'm going to step away for just a quick sec because I apparently have to go wrestle a dog inside. She's letting the neighborhood know it's almost 10 o'clock. I'll be right back.
Yep.
So anyone want to give me advice on another talent to take? Because I think I can.
So with my soldier, so how many points do you have?
So I started with 90, and I spent 70 on my upping my agility. So I've got, and then 5 on the quick draw talent.
Yeah, with the soldier I was playing with, I went with quick draw and World War Vet, or World's War Vet, which basically gives you the ability, I forget, let me look it up. It's like as an incidental, I think you can call on a favor to get some stuff from like an old contact.
Yeah, there's kind of a different version of that for every different faction you might be interested in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Warlord's Vet, it's passive. When you take this talent, your character gains ranged, heavy, or resilience as a career skill. If you already have them, then, which I think you might. So, and then in addition, once per session, your character may collect a small favor from a current or former member of a single country's military. Choose when you take the talent, even if you don't owe your character a favor. Or even if they do not owe you a favor. So you can basically call on a favor once per session.
I think I'm going to do that, except I'm going to use the Disenfrancisto.
Okay. Yep.
Because that's pretty much the same thing, except it's a guy from, since I'm not a vet of the war.
Right.
But it's from the
same,
in a favor from the disenfranchised.
Yep. Different crowd. Yep.
Yeah.
Is that all of your experience?
Well, I think I should have 10 to upgrade one skill.
So I would probably put in, being you're the shooter, I would probably use that to put your weapon skill at tier 2, which would cost 10 for that.
Yep, that's what I did. So that should be all my experience for now. So I'm sorry that I'm so. I tried to figure it out on my own.
Ah, you're good.
It's not.
Yeah, because basically for me, for my character, all my skills are at 1 except for computer hacking. As far as some of the career skills I upgrade, I don't have any more than 1 tiered up.
Yeah, I've only got 1 in everything also.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I had a question. You guys, do either of your characters drive?
I do not.
I was thinking I could put a point in that instead of one of my other skills.
Yeah, my driving is 2 green. That's not a slicer thing.
Mine would be 3 green, but I could put a blank in it if we needed it.
Yeah. Well, I saw that you had some stuff with the runner or with the courier, so I didn't do anything there. In this hacker, it wouldn't. So, I mean, I got 4 green in operating if we get a big ship somehow. But,
Yeah, a capital ship.
Yeah. That's later down the road.
A little ways down the road.
All right, let's see. What was I looking for? Oh, yeah. Where's my slap patch here information? Slap patch was basically like a stem, right? 5 points.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Okay. So 2 palm stunners and 1 ranger, huh? Range weapon.
Yeah.
Or were you melee?
No, I'm ranged.
You took a
I'm
pistol?
both. Yeah.
Okay.
I've got some melee, but I'm mostly ranged.
Good. Yeah, because we're both palm stunner, which are not very good weapons, actually. Because they are a slow firing 2, so basically you hit with it, and then you got to wait another round, and then you can finally use it again.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slow firing is not your friend.
It's a 1 recharge round, right? Like, you use it, and then the next round it recharges, or do you have to physically do something?
No, it automatically, but it's slow firing 2. So
I thought it was slow firing 1.
2.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah. Yeah. I would gladly trade that in for anything. Another melee type weapon, but yeah.
Oh, well, whatever.
It just means the first guy you knock out that has a good weapon, you're upgrading.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's no doubt. Otherwise, you're punching them the rest of the time until it recharges.
And punching's not always the best attack, just saying. Unless you pick some combat feats.
Yeah, but that's unfortunately all the 2 of us have. So, at the moment, I am not a combatter, man. I got to keep my fingers working for the computer, man.
I just run.
These are your instruments. You do not endanger them.
Right? And the crit sucks on it. Freaking 5 crit.
Oh, no.
Much like in real life, it's hard to kill someone with a single punch.
It's not just a single punch, it's charged.
Oh, you mean on the weapon?
Yeah.
Well, see, it's specifically made not to do lethal damage.
Right, but I should be able to stun the heck out of him really good.
Like the old siphon filter game where you could hold the taser down until they spontaneously combust.
Yeah.
Totally realistic that way.
So you are going to be hurting for story points at the start of each game. As the GM.
True. One against 3.
With 2 naturals, we get to steal.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. We can steal it anytime.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's a natural thing.
That just means that you need to make sure to steal and use, see?
Yep. All right. So much equipment, not. I got my durable clothing, my palm stunner, my pad with Garrett and Goridian blade, which are a hacker and actually they're both 2 different types of hacks software, and then a utility belt, a personal comm link, and a slap patch.
Yeah, I've got my load-bearing gear, crossbody bag, pad, and smart specs. But I do have concealed Bucky Weave armor. That can be helpful.
And a whole 27 credits left.
Yeah. I have 73.
And does that include the rolling for a D100 for pocket change?
That was the D100.
That's
Oh,
what,
Well, but I bought.
That's what I rolled last time we had my game.
Yeah, but that, I mean, I bought the slap patch. I think I got, the comlink and belt. Or no, I think I had to buy the comlink too. I think I just got the utility belt and the pad and the slap patch and armor, I think. So, yeah, the whole 100 credit roll.
Yeah, rolling in it, man. Rolling in it.
and like you and I were talking earlier, seems like a lot of things are 100 credits on the dot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Though I did like the one sheet that had the extra gear and stuff. For the tech guy, when playing with his build, I changed him and got rid of the toolkit and bought the meta tool,
Oh yeah,
which is like an all-in-one little magic tool that's kind of flips. It's like the Swiss Army knife toolkit.
yeah, the Star Wars spanner that does all things.
Yeah, and gives you a blue.
It's like making sure you've got a nice snap-on tool that does every job you need it to.
Right? Because with that character, you start with additional 50, so I ended up with like 116 credits and bought that for 100. All right.
I think I'm all in there right now.
And if it does help, I got the networking rules, a screenshot of them in the handouts too, by the way.
Oh, cool.
What's encumbrance? Your threshold 5 plus your brawn?
I believe that's correct, and let me double check to make sure I'm not lying to you. It is da 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 da.
Oh, wait a minute. What happened there? Let's see. Oh, there we go. Let's see. What is encumbrance? What did it give me on here? I have an encumbrance of 9 according to this. And I have a bronze of 2, but I got a utility belt.
Which should help knock it down.
Yeah, well, I mean, or bring up the threshold. Yeah, with all the stuff I'm carrying, I have a whole threshold of 1 out of 9 according to the sheet. Because most of this crap I have has no encumbrance to it.
Finding everything but what I'm looking for.
Of course. Let's see. Mods. So step 1, background. Oops.
And so I'm just going to say screw it. The E file isn't loading, so I'm just going to grab the book.
Determine these drift attributes on how they function. 45, page 45.
Yeah, that's the only reference I got, so I'm actually whipping out the book.
45, where's page 45?
And this, gentlemen, is why having hard copies is better than anything.
Oh, yeah.
So encumbrance is starting XP, soak value. Wound threshold. It's not on 45.
It is not. It lied.
It deceived.
Lied.
Okay, go back to the index and see where else it says encumbrance.
Right.
Encumbrance 84. Okay, encumbrance. Here we go. It's 5 plus your brawn.
And then if whatever gear might give you.
Yep. Since most of the gear gives you nice reductions in, or increases in your encumbrance. So basically, Christopher, what we're talking about is your encumbrance rate is how much you can load on yourself. If you go over it, it basically adds a black dice to all agility and brawn checks for every point that you're over.
Got it. Thank you. I see that. I'm currently at a 3 out of 9. Okay.
And another thing I was going to ask about your base of operations.
Mm-hmm.
Since you do have a base of operations, any preference on what side of town that it's in? As there's the map that's on the screen there.
Oh,
I don't see a map on the screen.
I'm not looking at the screen.
It's because you're totally not on the screen I'm on. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, you are. That explains so much.
Okay. Oh my goodness, look at that.
It's a big city.
Yeah, it's a massive, sprawling metropolis.
The only thing I was pondering was maybe since we were gonna do like kind of a shady place, if it was in a shady part of town, it would be like that much more concealment from prying eyes.
If it helps, there's what they call the Undercity. It's basically like the sub-city street floor. So every part of the city has one of those. So if that helps.
My guy grew up in the Undercity, so that's kind of his thing.
Yeah. We could potentially do the Manta District, Warehouse Sub-District. You know, Warehouse District, things happen there.
So just to give you an idea, in Chicana District here, this is the Beanstalk. That's the big tube going up into the sky. It is... it's basically the highest point of the city, so it's up in the Andes Mountains. So basically, it's up in the mountains there. Then,
See, there's Old Town.
so basically that's where the money is.
Where?
Oh, up here in Chicana District,
Oh, right.
because that's where all the
Oh,
coming and
yeah.
goings go. Old Town is literally, just like it's for now, it's no longer being renovated. Old Town is the budget stop for anyone on their way up or down the Beanstalk. Let's see. That's over here. So if you're basically waiting to get up to the Beanstalk, you chill your heels here. It's kind of a not too bad area.
There's always the touristy quarter. The tourist quarter over in Nihongai district.
Well, I
Uh-huh.
like the idea of that.
So we're definitely going with a Asian casino. Pachinko machines everywhere. Because, hey, I would rather use pachinko machines because it's honest. You know what that steel pellet is doing, as opposed to a digital machine that can change with the swipe of a few keys.
Right?
So does that sound like a good place for you guys to go?
I like that sound of it.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. That answers my next question, and it's a good central location that you're picking.
Yeah.
Now, is your base going to be in the tourist district, or are you going to go in the more near Jinteki Biotech, or the residential quarter?
Where would it be best to kind of like blend in and not get noticed? Probably not residential.
I would say tourist district myself, because that way you've got tourists coming and going and new faces.
Yeah, I like that. I like that idea.
Yeah, probably somewhere kind of central in there. So, it's kind of your, commoner casino, not the high roller.
Mm-hmm. It's just off the strip Vegas as opposed to on the strip.
Right.
I definitely like that. And I'm always a fan of it's very central, so that's a good thing for you guys.
Yeah. No, definitely like that aspect of it. Save travel time. All right, let's see.
So just to give you a heads up that the trend towards order and harmony even exists in Nihongai's criminal element. The Yakuza dominate this district's criminal underworld. Any street gangs not directly affiliated with the Yakuza syndicate pay at least one of the groups a tithe or loyalty fee. Any criminals who don't show fealty of some part to the Yakuza end up decapitated as a warning. So I'll throw that one out there that it is a very Yakuza-friendly area.
Okay.
You also have the cloning facilities because Jinteki, their base company, does cloning. They don't. In the world of Android, you have biomechs, and which are the mechanical men, and you have clones, which are basically the cookie-cutter clone people. Supposedly, there's no clones that are bad because they're basically conditioned from hatching to be subservient for the most part.
Yeah.
There's, of course, always rumors that Jinteki's breeding super soldier clones or something, or psionic killing machines, but that's just hokey. That's hokum. That can't be true. And you will notice that there's some, basically McDonald's, that they have clones, so your servers have the same uniform and same face at most of the fast food chains. And of course, one of the elements to Android as a general theme is the pro-humanity group is angry because the bios and the clones are taking human jobs. Granted, for the most part, they're taking jobs that most people wouldn't want, so it kind of invalidates the argument, but the argument's still there. There's protests that break out, Basically, the pro-humanity group are the worst of most of the groups out there that we have in real life.
Nice.
They like to carry around sledgehammers and beat up droids.
Well, who doesn't?
So I'll throw out a few things. And of course, I'll shoot you guys notes with notable things in your neighborhood too, so that way you know what's in your neighborhood. So the tourist quarter, while many of these shops and restaurants rely heavily on the tourist trade, they also appeal to residents that work hours. In the tourist quarter, aesthetically placed trees and holographic characters decorate the streets, and many of the buildings are topped with roofs made from Japanese tile, or at least molded carbon equivalent. Although Loco's zoning ordinance try to restrict anything too stereotypical or kitschy, the undercity beneath the tourist quarter is still dominated by pachinko parlors, most quietly owned by one of the branches of the Yakuza. See, it's almost like we were in sync with this. There's a couple really nice restaurants. There is the Capsule Motel, which basically it's one of those super creepy concepts that came up in Japan a decade ago, where you can get a hotel room that's really just a coffin. Because think of how much money you save there.
Nice.
Then there's the Zoological Garden, owned outright by Jinteki. Every animal and creature kept in the zoo has been grown in a clone vat. Animals extinct in the wild, such as snow leopards, Asian elephants, exist here for educational pleasure of visitors. It is a popular place for schools to visit, though pupils are often most fascinated by hybrids and G-modded creatures, humanoid turtles, dancing albino deer, lions with antlers and snake tails, and similar chimeric creations. The garden also has a petting zoo with a full range of Jinteki's teacup animals, which are available to order from the gift shop. So, if you ever looked at the career for the Risti, the guy's holding a toy dog-sized giraffe. That's kind of like the weird shit that people buy from Jinteki. And of course, there's the Supasen bathhouses. Apparently great for bachelor parties or corporate parties. The residential quarter has clone barracks, so that way the clones can be sent to sleep there instead of at your house if you own one. The Harmony General Hospital, you guys might be spending time there. The Temple Bar, a minimalist bar known as a Yakuza hangout, but most nights it appears simply as a quiet place to sit and have a drink. Chilled sake and cold beer are the beverages of choice, and the clone server offers snacks to customers that neutralize the alcohol in their system before they leave. That's just handy. No getting sued for DUIs. When the bar closes for private meeting, locals avoid the street entirely.
Nice.
Then we have, this might be interesting to our Gmod. The Dojo, tucked into the lower levels of the otherwise unremarkable mixed-use arcology. The Dojo has no affiliation with any particular martial arts. It advertises itself as... excuse me. Need a drink. Sorry about that. It advertises itself as a place to come for everything from self-defense classes to mixed martial arts competitions. A number of mercenaries and private security contractors swear by it as the place to polish their hand-to-hand skills and stay in top shape. The dojo also teaches a variety of traditional martial arts for recreational purposes. It's an open secret that groups of NAPD officers and Yakuza enforcers take these classes to engage in lively but completely deniable rivalry by way of sparring. So you can have a Yakuza guy throwing a cop around and it's just a friendly fight. Rumor also has it that illegal Gmod augmentations are available here for those who know how to ask. These Gmods are focused on physical enhancement and can turn someone into an unregistered weapon for a matter of days. So there's further Gmods if someone's interested in it.
Maybe.
Let's see. Fumiko Yakuza. Basically, it's the clan. While the Yakuza are secret organizations, at least within New Angeles, Fumiko does not concern herself with secrecy. What does concern her is her reputation in Undercity and among rival criminal organizations. She is no street enforcer, and her position within the Yakuza is unknown, even when she keeps her extensive tattoos concealed under her business attire. Residents and gang bosses alike afford her a weary respect. So everybody knows she's the boss.
Nice.
And then we have the Phoenix Club. This nightclub, which dominates the upper levels of the Jade Light Arcology, attracts residents and visitors alike. The main dance floor accommodates 5,000 people, while upper floors provide bar and entertainment areas, swimming pools, massage parlors. Some of the entertainment areas are fully fledged venues in their own right, with rooms for hundreds of guests and attached bars and restaurants. Some host live music, while others, properly soundproofed, stream the latest chemtrash rock songs. So we're definitely going to get the Neo Tokyo feel here.
That works.
All right. Well, I think I got everything down with mine.
Okay, let me sneak a peek in your character there.
Yeah, I wrote a bio and everything for it.
Nice.
Just-
and you have a picture already.
So, yep.
I like the ominous hoodie.
Is that Maestro?
Yep.
Dante's my guy.
Oh, yeah, Maestro's mine. He's Dante. I mean, I got a real name, but obviously that's not how you operate on the web.
And one thing to keep in mind with your character as well is, so of the three options for your background, are you a modern new Angelino, disenfranchised, or just trying to get by in the really big city? Which it sounds like you might be that third one.
That's the third one, yeah.
Okay. Because that's kind of what your bio sounded like there.
Yeah, exactly.
You are as strong as you are soakable, pretty much. And it looks like you're probably going to be the driver.
Yeah, I figured I'd put a point in that too. Like, I can run, I can parkour, and I can drive. Got to get around.
And of course, that was something I was going to ask you guys: is do you want your employer to offer you free access to public transportation? You know, basically, it's that prepaid subway card. Or do you want a vehicle?
Well, I think if we had a vehicle, we could also, use the public transportation as necessary, but we'd have like more freedom that way.
Mm-hmm.
And you're the runner / potential driver, so I mean, I'm game however we want to work it.
I vote for a vehicle because that way we can we can use the vehicle, or if we need to just spring for public transportation to blend in or whatever, we can do either.
Cool.
Give us some flexibility.
That works. What was the first background? New Angeles?
Yeah, the city?
Yeah, I mean, the background was what? New Angeles City Upstart or what?
Let me pull it back up real quick. And by pull it up, I mean actually open the book.
Oh.
So your choice are modern new Angelino. Basically, new technology has people coming from everywhere around. So basically, you're new to the city. Then you have the disenfranchised. It's the Spanish version of that, but basically it means you come from the slums of the city. So this city is technically U.S. soil, but it is in Central America. So it's one of those, if you were one of the locals that got pushed to the side for progress. And then you have the trying to get by in the really big city. It just means that you're one of those average folks. It could be your second, third generation, but you're not living in the slums or,
Right.
learn to basically live off the grid, which there is a large portion of populace that does that. Think of it as Demolition Man, the people living in the sewers. That's
Right.
totally, a culture in the city.
Yeah, well, yeah. We're not about off the grid, that's for sure.
Not for a Netrunner.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, totally be that survivalist Netrunner guy that I'm okay being a survivalist as long as I have internet.
Right.
Oh, that reminds me. Where do we put the favor on this thing?
For that, it should be on the. You'll want to sneak it in on the character info tab or on the notes tab, or you can put it on just your character's bio if you want to keep track of it there.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. Let's see, bio.
I like the armor option. Concealed Bucky Weave is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just the delivery guy. Just here to drop off a package.
Yeah. Would you take for your mod there, Christopher?
Well, I really, 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 really super wanted to have fangs, but I decided to go for enhanced healing instead. Because I figured he didn't get a choice.
Nice.
And it could always just be that your mutation hasn't finished yet, and you need to go back for that next shot to get the fangs to come in.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
I was looking at the prehensile tail, but it's too much. It's like 13 or something. It's like when I was looking at a Gmod, I'm like, a tech with a third hand. Perfect.
No, I wanted the tail too. That was what drew me to a Gmod, but
it could just mean that you're partially on your way to whatever tailed creature you're going to become. And, Gmods are like tattoos. You can't get just one.
It is a truism. So I have a stupid question, and I'm sorry, but how am I modifying? So I see Christopher's placeholder. How do I modify that?
So let me give you control of it. Because I had not done that yet.
Oh my gosh.
So now you have control of it. Because you were still working on your character sheet, so I figured I'd wait till you were done with that in case you had questions. So now if you click on it, the first tab that's going to come up is the bio and info. If you click edit, you can change the name, as well as add any bio info that you want to put at this point, or a picture.
Thank you. Oh, that's beautiful. I don't have a picture. I'm not sure.
And then basically I'll make a token off whatever picture you have there.
Okay, I need to figure something out for a picture. I haven't.
No big rush. Now the question is, what is your genetic spirit animal? Or are you a chimera?
No, it's a no, it's a um. I'm just gonna say monkey. I'm not gonna get.
So some primate.
Yeah, prehensile tail, fangs, eventually claws too.
It comes down to that of I would like to know also, but they didn't finish the modifications. And let me pull up another book real quick. Because on Drive-Thru RPG, they've got a bunch of new other fluff books for this, but I want to see. More Than Human. See what other Gmods they may have for you as well. So here are additional Gmods, by the way, that they don't have in the base book.
There we go. Little update to the live.
Ooh. What is a crimson dust baptism?
It is a unique Gmod only in use by the Crimson Dust sect of Mars, which allows its user to survive without a sealed hardsuit on the harsh atmosphere of the planet.
Oh my goodness.
It's crazy. If we ever go to Mars, that'd be useful.
It totally keeps your eyes from bugging out like in Total Recall.
Gecko palms. Oh my
See?
gosh, that would be awesome.
Is it within your price range? Yeah.
Yeah, I could do that instead of healing. I think because the thing I have up to $1,000 for one.
Right.
So yeah, gecko palms would be so much. Because then I could climb the walls.
Yeah, as an advanced version of the follicle control Gmod, the gecko palms are paired directly into the fascinating small lizards. Their unique ability to climb up almost any surface stems from coating of extremely fine bristle on their feet known as stye. These bristles contact the surface so closely that the intermolecular van der Waals force causes them to adhere strongly enough to support an entire animal. By modifying a human's palms to be able to extend and retract these structures on a whim, the user gains similar abilities. If your character has gecko palms, you may suffer one strain to extend them, allowing you to climb sheer surfaces, both coarse and smooth, without issue until the end of an encounter. So you literally go Spider-Man.
Yeah. Yeah, so much for healing.
Yeah, which I'm kind of surprised that Evan didn't take Gmod and go with that one for getting around.
Parkour Spider-Man.
Yep.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
And see, he didn't even hear us talking about him.
I heard Parkour Spider-Man. That's what I came back to.
Yep. We were talking about the Gmod Gecko Palms.
Oh, nice.
It lets you go full Spider Pig. Spider
So you
Pig.
can do anything that a Spider Pig can?
Yep.
Why do they have to make words so hard to spell?
And so for your employer, are you opting out to get free public transportation regardless of how much you use, or do you want a vehicle? I'll let you guys vote on that.
I think we were going vehicle, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. A little more flexibility that way.
It totally makes you guys look way more professional when you actually pull up in a vehicle. And because I want life to be easy for you, you guys have a commuter hopper. Basically, it's a, Jetson style flying car. Just enough room for up to 4 individuals to sit comfortably and enough cargo space for a few large pieces of luggage. Like most hoppers, the tiny runabouts are controlled by an AI autopilot and have handling characteristics that can be described as charitably as sedate. Unless you want to drive it crazy.
You never know what you might need to do.
But it is nice that in a pinch, you can click the button and have your autopilot drive for you.
All right.
You've got the Arliss Maxim Bumblebee. It's also popular among retirees and young professionals. Totally sounds like something that would help you blend in.
Sure.
And I will put the stats on our courier since he seems to be the driver.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Cool. All right. Think I got my guy all done. If you want to take a gander, you want to got a quick little bio.
Let's see. For Maestro. That's funny. I see 2 of you have a desire for wealth. At some point, there might be a job where you're tempted to, do you want to grab some money?
Well, I'll eventually get it through fame and fortune.
Or secret numbered offshore accounts. Whichever.
Whatever works.
So I gotta check this vehicle thing out now. Where is that?
Are you looking in the book?
Oh no, is it on? Did you put it on the character or?
Not yet.
Oh, not yet. Okay.
But I will.
Which,
I will totally shoot you a message on Facebook. Because I did take a screenshot of it before I changed pages.
Oh, okay, cool. I just need to figure out which tab I need to look at.
Oh, when I get it on there, it'll be on the vehicle tab.
That's cool. I see that. Handling on this one. Okay, cool. Only 3 passengers though. How many people are playing in this game?
Well,
is it just there, or are there more coming?
It looks like just going to be us. So it's going to be 1 driver and 3 passengers. Now that's comfortably, mind you. I mean, you can always squeeze a third person in the back seat.
Right.
Or an unconscious body, as the case may be.
Yeah.
You never know.
I mean, anything's possible.
What color is it? That's the main question.
That I will let you decide.
What do you think, guys? Beige?
Beige.
I was typing. What are we picking color of?
For the 4-door car that you guys, the flying car that you guys have.
Ah.
I was leaning more towards like a gray, but
No, definitely not beige. That was totally sarcastic. I like gray. Gray's good.
Not going to go for government issue black?
no. That's too obvious that something's going on there.
Flames on the side?
So think kind of a medium gray.
I'm cool with that.
And then that ends up becoming a psionic cat in the background that you realize this whole time has been reading your minds while sitting there.
Right.
Yes, she does this thing where she like jumps in front of my feet as I'm walking, and then like yells at me for almost her.
How dare you not anticipate my trajectory?
I'm psyched about this game. I think it's a really cool setting.
Oh, looks like somebody else is peeking in Maestro's character sheet.
Oh, sorry, I was playing with it. I didn't know you were still looking. Sorry.
Yep, I was still looking through your equipment stuff.
Okay, sorry.
I wasn't sure what the Garrett one did. I forgot. I was like, what is the Garrett?
I put description. There are 2 different types of icebreakers.
Yeah.
Take 2 different approaches.
Okay, you can take over the helm.
All right. I was going to say, if you looked under, where was it? Did you look under his flaw? So I put the base descriptions, but some of them I fleshed out a little bit more. I put like a asterisk with like a little more detail.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
I don't know if you noticed under flaw.
Yep.
Okay. You know.
It's almost like he's going to be an interesting character to play.
You know. The stuff you got to do to keep alert. Hours on the web, man. You got to stay awake.
Got to keep those eyes open.
How do you spell the name of our firm, I guess, for lack of a better word?
Your agency?
Yeah.
Keras. Keras.
Thank you.
Let's see. Okay, no tokens yet. Nope. Okay.
I'm starting to make them right now. So apparently Dante's picture doesn't want to become a token.
Yeah.
What? No. Oh. Okay.
All right. Well, while you're setting that up, I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
What's over there?
So let's see. We're in the tourist district, right?
Yep.
Let's see. What was it called again? I'm trying to find it on the map.
Nihongai.
Nihongai.
It's about halfway down on the left-hand side on the coast.
Halfway down left side on the coast.
If you see the shady character in the hood, you've gone too far.
Oh, okay. I cannot find it.
Here, let me ping the map for you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there it is. I was looking at the little letters, not the big one.
And on your tokens, when you click on them, the red number is going to be your wounds, the green number your strain, and the blue is your soak.
All right. Much better now.
So, can't seem to. What's that do? There we go. Okay, I forgot how to do that as a player.
All right. Nothing like an old-fashioned.
Ooh.
Got a friend of mine at work gave me he gets stuff in the mail and gave me a little pre-mix for old-fashioned. That's really good.
Nice.
Yeah.
The one drink that every bartender should know how to make.
Right? Yeah, I got to see if I can find more of the stuff. It's like, I think WNP Craft or something. And it's pretty good.
Nice. I should be getting some craft mead via
Oh,
FedEx
really?
tomorrow. Yeah. Buddy's been telling me how good it is, so I'm like, okay, I'll place an order. It's early birthday present.
Yeah.
So Havoc mead should be arriving tomorrow. Go figure, the delivery requires signature.
What? What's up with that, man?
So how do I on that? I forgot how to do this on the Evan C with the picture. How do I make that picture go away? So to clear up more space to see the map.
Oh, okay. So seeing our pictures with our names, if you click on the settings tab, which is the gear, the very far right one,
Yeah.
and it's the you scroll down about halfway, you'll see where it says player video avatar location and size. You can change the side to make it smaller so it's out of the way, or just so it's names only so it's completely out of the way.
Oh, there we go. Okay, cool.
As much as I like you guys, I always make it names only. I
Yeah, it
have
just gets
limited space on the map.
There we go. That's much better. Just get so crowded with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We're just going to put a square there to say that's where our headquarters is in that area.
Okay. Sorry.
So I used the character creator on Genesis and imported him. I mean, this is after I already did it on paper. The question is how do is there a way to save it or
if you've signed in, it should auto save for you.
Yeah, once you give it a name, it'll save. If you click create a new character, you'll see that you'll have in the drop down tab where it says new character, you'll have an option to go back to the name that you gave the other character.
Oh, okay.
But that's only if you signed in. If you came in as a guest, it won't have it in there.
Gotcha.
I mean, it is a pretty handy tool.
Oh, definitely. Take some of the bouncing around, doing it manually. So takes away a lot of that with a lot of the drop down stuff. So I was surprised it was preloaded with all the equipment and all that stuff. Though it doesn't have some of the new that new mod stuff. It didn't have the tool.
Yeah, and not all of the talents are actually in there. They only have, I think 2.7 of the talents upgrade book.
Yeah.
And they haven't been updated since then.
Yeah.
I think
so that's the only. I couldn't put that tool in either. I didn't see how you could manually. So you just have to put it in the open field instead of in the listing.
You can do custom data though for talents if you want to enter everything in manually. Custom data is how I've done it with the other character sheets, to just put a talent in there. And then, of course, it asks, is this talent for every game? And it will remember the talent for multiple characters.
Oh, cool.
Which is nice. Which, when I always do mine, I put the talent in all caps, so I can clearly tell that, hey, this is one that I manually put in.
Smart.
That way, in case somebody does the whole, I don't see it, and I'm like, oh, sorry, you don't have it on yours.
Yeah. And they're going, you're full of shit. It's like, oh, yeah, I did that one.
It's like, oh no, that's right. I took the time.
Yeah, nice tool. Just bummer you can't modify and dump in your data file to add the actual full descriptions.
Yeah, if you go into custom data and hit the gear tab, you basically just have to put it in all manually.
Oh,
But you can
modify it.
pick the setting too, so you can mark it so if this is something sci-fi, it only comes up in sci-fi or hacking.
Right.
But you have to just copy paste it all over there manually.
Okay. As long as there's an option, that's cool.
Yeah.
But they got to put it out there, stripped down for,
Yeah.
legal reasons.
They got to make sure they're not giving away too much.
Well, they don't want Fantasy Flight coming down on them.
Which is completely understandable. That's why I always say buy the hard copies. They're better than the PDFs.
They are.
On the plus side, Genesis stuff you can get PDFs from Drive-Thru RPG.
Yeah.
As opposed to the Star Wars, you're bootleg or nothing. Because thank you, exclusive contract with EA, which apparently they don't have anymore because they're making another
Really?
Star Wars game that's not through EA.
Ah.
Disney's probably pulling the Mickey Mouse card.
Right. Damn Hitler mouse.
Your exclusive deal holds no longer. Pray I do not alter it further. Good or bad
Well, just kind of a annoying. I was looking for a vehicle image, but everything I find is like two-door.
Yeah. You'd think the card game would have the image, but I was gonna say I'll send you guys the stats on your card too, so you know what they know what its stats are.
Here we go.
Let me pull that Skype message up. Going for the GTO looking hover car. It's cyberpunk. It's got to have style, right?
Right. It's a four-seater, just not four-door.
It may drive like a brick, but it looks good, man.
I mean, it's got power under the hood, man.
I like on your picture how it's only got the roll bar bumper on half the car. Only hit on the passenger side of the car. Never hit on the driver's side.
What?
Okay, so is there anything else you guys want to add to the story setting, background, anything like that?
So, are we gonna kind of start out like already knowing each other? Are we gonna be introduced to each other for the first time?
I was figuring for convenience sake, you guys have been working together for a few weeks already. You've got like 1 or 2 jobs under your belts.
All right.
You
So
know,
maybe we should like introduce ourselves a little bit, like in terms of our, beyond just like our skills, but like a little personal.
Mm-hmm. And also, I was going to ask for David for your runner. What's your favor? Do you have one?
My who?
Your favor?
Did not.
It's the obligation mechanic.
I did not choose that.
Because you get to pick what faction and how big of a favor you would like.
So maybe like a something with like a runner group, like a hacker mentor maybe or something. For a fee, of course. He's not free. But
it's kind of like faction oriented.
Yeah, well, I don't. That's what I'm saying. Is there like a faction along that lines?
So you could basically pick Street Gang, and it's basically a hacker gang.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so your faction is a hacker Street Gang.
Yeah, because I wouldn't go corporate. Because you've seen I don't know if you look at my bio.
Uh-huh.
I would move away from that.
So now in regards to favorites, the currency-wise, let me give you the options here. And then I'll tell you what the what the different favors are. So if you do a small favor, you can get 100 credits worth of gear. A regular favor, 500 credits of gear or 10 experience. And a big favor, 1,500 credits or 20 experience. That does free up a lot of money. Now let me give you an example for street gangs, what some favors are. So think of these, this is the street gang version. Think of it as the hacker equivalent, because you're basically net gang, Right. So small favors, examples are allowing someone to travel through the gang's territory, verbally threaten someone. Basically this would be you jumped on Twitter and, bullied somebody.
Yep.
Provide information about a portion of the Undercity that the gang controls. So that's a small favor. Regular favor is rough somebody up. Provide a restricted item such as a weapon or illicit substances. Or allow someone to set up an operation in the gang's territory. So basically it would be as if you guys were the gang. So you give someone protection to set up, under your wing. And then for big favors, kill someone, provide protection while in the gang's territory, and join a certain side of a gang war.
Those big favors can be brutal. I've actually got one to a street gang already too.
And think about it. I mean, look at many hacker movies that are out there. It's like, and many shows that have like, oh, look at Arrow, his hacking, later on wife. She had an ex from a hacking gang, that all of a sudden in the background, the favors get called in.
Right. So, sorry, what was the large?
So for a big favor, your character starts with an additional 1,500 credits or 20 experience.
Or not a combo.
Not a combo.
Yeah, they don't give the option for combos on this one.
Yeah. It's because they give you 3 tiers instead.
Wow. Well, let me look here real quick.
Where did you want us to put the favors?
Easiest place will be to put it on your bio, under whatever bio you put. Just put that way you can remind yourself that you've got that favor.
Yeah, I just was putting it under other at the moment. So if you go under character info, there's notable features beside your description, and then other is where I was starting to fill it out. But I'll probably put something on my bio as well regarding it. But that's a free form area.
I mean, and if you're looking for cash, big favor's the way to go. It just means that somebody's going to call in your marker eventually.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at medium. The medium or large. I just got to look at what I might be looking at for gear.
The medium is a measly 500 credits or 10 experience.
Yeah, but 500 is still a lot more than what,
True that.
I got to look at what kind of equipment there is to buy for that. Though the experience would be nice, but I think some gear would be good.
Honestly, like in Star Wars, when it comes to obligation, I go cash first because experience will come eventually.
Yeah.
Cash is the hard one to get started with. I mean, 5 or 6 sessions down the road, the cash probably won't matter, but starting out, would be really important. I mean, especially with hacker gear, that stuff's expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
if
you
could
know,
get super custom rig or something like that, that'd do.
if you go with 1500, you know what costs less than that? You could have a Skulljack.
Well, that's what I was looking at was like Skulljack or what's the brain machine interface?
The spinal modem.
Well, no, there's a brain machine interface that's showing at least in the character creator. Let me look at the book here. That'll be easier.
Yeah, that's the BMI.
Body mass index.
Yeah.
Oh, BMI. Okay, and what's
Yeah,
that?
so the spinal modem does everything a BMI does and more.
Where's that listed? That's on the other sheet, right?
Yeah.
All right, spinal modem. Let's look at that. And how much is that? The whole 15?
Yeah, it would be the whole 50, I think. Let me double check. So for a spinal modem, it is 1,350.
Oh, so that leaves some money I could still buy like something with.
And if you're looking for just the BMI, it's on page 119.
Yeah, let's see.
And that's where it just talks about BMIs.
I'm gonna owe a big favor to the New Angeles Police Department.
Ooh. You owe a favor to the cops. I like that.
Yeah.
Hey, that didn't hurt at all.
And if you want to see what a regular BMI is, that's on page 98 in the computer section.
Okay.
It's not a computer, but it lets you connect to a computer. It never hurts having a friend on the force, just saying.
No.
He got me out of the underground fighting ring.
In that case, that's a really good friend.
Yeah. And I owe him really big. I had to leave a lot of blank to be announced in my bio, though. I'm not good at thinking up names quickly.
All right. Well, let's go with the big, I guess.
See how I try to talk our hacker into having cybernetics? So you already started.
Well, I wanted that eventually, anyway.
Uh huh. And we have a big favor with the cops. Now, of course, one thing I'm going to ask is this favor that you owe the cops, is this a crooked cop or an honest cop?
I don't know. All I know, he was undercover and he pulled me out when shit went down, and I owe him big because he basically gave me freedom and light.
Ooh, I like that. That totally sounds like, a hey, I've been framed for a crime I didn't commit. Help me out, guys. That sounds like a starting job plot hook right there.
I was hoping you would appreciate it.
I would. I definitely appreciate that one. And besides, nobody wants to owe the cops for long. You want that cashed in quick.
Definitely. Especially considering where we are. I don't want cops coming to visit me a lot.
And have any of you guys ever watched Tech Wars?
No.
I can't remember.
It would have been.
think
It
so.
would have been back in the '90s, back in the day.
Yeah, it's a long time ago.
It's a series that William Shatner wrote, but they made a TV series and a bunch of straight to TV movies. It's actually a really good series, and you can watch it on YouTube. They have all the episodes loaded there for free. But it gives a good, like, if this was the year 2020, what cyberpunk would look like. Because they actually had, the reason why they call it Tech Wars is they have a drug that's basically a VR drug that you put this little squid thing on your head, and you basically turn it on, and it's a cyber drug. And of course, it's called Tech Wars because the tech lords, basically the cartel lords, basically spike drugs with everyone. The main character basically is like a cop who's disgraced because he OD'd on tech while undercover. But it follows him being hired as a freelance, investigator. Sort of like where you guys have been hired as freelancers. Again,
Right.
Following the pretense that your employer will not screw you over. They have either ideals or integrity, as the case may be. The two are not they do not have to be friends.
All right, I guess I'm going with the Skulljack because the spinal modem is restricted. So
I will actually since you're doing it as a favor, I will let you do it. If you want to do it.
Sure, what the hell?
I mean, since it is a hacker organization, I mean, the favor was that you got that out of the deal, so.
Yeah. So a spinal modem. All right. So that actually replaces my pad, basically, right?
Technically, it can work with your pad or in place of it. So for the spinal modem, for some people, linking their brain to a computer just isn't enough. They want to install a computer directly into their brain instead. A spinal modem has the processing power of a portable rig, but is linked directly to the user's brain. As the name implies, the modem is built directly into the spinal column. It is an archaic technology, and those who use it run the very risk of burning out their mind, even if it gives the user great control during a run. The spinal modem is a computer that can have up to 2 icebreakers, and you can totally transfer from your rig into your spinal modem.
Okay.
And 1 piece of ice activated on the system at once for the purpose of networking encounters. It provides all the benefits of a BMI, which is basically your pad, since it is in essence a BMI linked directly to your brain. During a networking encounter, a runner can choose to go deep as a maneuver until they go shallow as a maneuver. They can only interact with the net, performing interactions with the regular world. However, they may perform a second maneuver without spending strain. So you can opt to plug in and plug out, basically.
Yeah.
Think of all those Ghost in the Shell modems when you see her like deep diving.
Oh yeah.
In addition, your character increases their ranks in all knowledge skills by 1. The character with the spinal modem decreases their strain threshold by 1 and can never disconnect from the network. The particulars of this are up to your GM, but at the very least, this means they can always be traced or targeted by hackers.
Wow.
Yep. And I'm going wireless. Can I? I don't know if I saw a cost for ICE software.
That's in the hacking part.
I saw descriptions, but I don't think I saw a list of prices. Let me look. Because if I'm going to be connected, I need some ice.
You need some protection.
Network actions. Let's see.
Risks of a net crime. Let's see.
Network maneuvers. Ice. Okay. Ice. Here's ice. Anatomy of ice. Okay. Barrier ice.
Here we go. Page 136. It's the table for ice.
There we go. Rarity price.
And the next page is icebreakers.
Yeah, no, I got the 2 breakers from my pad. I just need
Mhm.
I need some Sentry shit, man.
Yep.
I don't want my
Your
I'm linked
skull
up
being
all the
fried
time.
out.
I don't want shit like linked up all the time, man.
Unfortunately, I think you can only afford a Sentinel.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, let's see. What did it cost me? $13.50.
So you
That
have
was me $150, right?
250, right?
$250. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think you're right.
No, $150.
Yeah, 150. Your math is correct. Mine is not.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Unless you had some extra cash to pony up with it.
no, not that much. So Sentinel. So, well, so much for buying a gun. I was going to buy a gun
Sentinel is
with
one
some.
of a number of basic over-the-counter types of Sentry ice used by corporations to see cybersecurity. The character attempts to break this ice and fails. The PSYOPs or other system admins are immediately notified to intrusion. Archer then deactivates until the end of the runner's next turn. It means Sentinel instead of Archer. It's a typo. Because
In the story.
yeah, Archer's another program.
Yep.
Somebody
Okay,
obviously copy pasted and didn't check their work.
Yeah.
So at least
right.
it lets you know someone's poking around inside your head.
Exactly. Until I can buy something more. All right. I'll buy that. That leaves me, what, 50? So, all right.
And think about it. You're getting 1 rank in every knowledge skill.
Oh, yeah.
That basically means you have instant access to the internet, which goes with your talent as well.
Yep. Well, yeah. So I'm looking at 3 upgrades right now.
That is pretty cool.
You're constantly Googling stuff and playing World of Warcraft.
Yeah. Yeah. So I drink and know things.
You drink, you know things, and you're ordering on Amazon.
Right?
And getting real-time updates on your shipping.
All right.
Even in the cyberpunk future, the tracking of the cars doesn't work like it should. I blame it on the fact that the cyber thieves were shipping bombs to each other and blowing them up as they signed for them.
Okay. Big favor for Skulljack or modem. All right. Making my notes.
And what's the worst that happens? There's a hacking gang that helped you get this modem and may come looking for you. As all of a sudden, Chibi smiling face pops up all over the place. Or worse, if you ignore their call, all of a sudden you start getting this deep dive of their face on top of other people's faces saying, dude, call me.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely.
Or worse, if it's a spinal implant. So what if they gave themselves backdoor access?
Right? No, there's a lot of shit for him to play with as a GM.
Yep.
With this.
We don't want despairs or threats to happen while he's hacking.
No, I definitely need better ice, but that'll have to wait.
All of a sudden, he starts getting a lot of neurological issues and twitches.
Yeah, he starts seeing twitches like, oh shit, he's getting a message again from them guys.
What is he doing? Just smile at him and nod. Bring him some caffeine.
Right. Your worst nightmare is somebody pulling a magnet behind you.
All right. What can I do with 77 credits? Let's see. I know one thing I'm getting.
More supplies.
No. Let's see. Probably some of that. Yeah. All right. We gonna do introductions? Everybody ready and far enough for introductions of their character?
Christopher?
I mean, yeah, except I have no idea what he looks like yet.
But the important thing is, he exists. That's the important part.
I know he exists. I've got a vague idea, but yeah, I know about him.
And there's many jokes when he crawls up a wall.
Yeah.
Those are only 5 credits? Oh, yeah.
Somebody went to his dealer.
Oh, I should go shopping too. I just took the basic equipment that the soldier came with. I haven't bought anything yet.
Okay, and remember, if you've got a big favor, you can cash that in for either cash or experience.
Yeah. I think I almost want experience because I feel like I didn't have that much.
There's never enough. Even when you save up a ton, like in the game where Evan GMs, and one of our Star Wars ones, I just cashed in 65 experience and it went so fast. I was saving it up and then I'm just like, screw it. Let's just go ahead and buy.
There's always like 1,000 things that you want.
It's like 1 talent and 2 increases to 2 different skills. I can see stuff better and shoot stuff better. That's his job.
That's going to be... It's going to be interesting.
So, does your character have any good resilience, by the way?
I don't remember. I'm going to look.
I was just wondering as I flipped through the page with stims.
Yeah, I'm reading it now. It's good stuff, man.
Hey, I mean, its ability is rock on great. I mean...
Yeah.
Stim heals all strain they have suffered.
Yeah.
Only at the end of the encounter.
Yep. All right. Go with your description there, Evan.
Okay, well, I mean, Dante, he's a courier. He doesn't talk a whole lot about his past, just that he had an abusive father, and he ran away from home when he was about 14, and just kind of like lived hand to mouth for a long time. Took some odd jobs as a courier, and kind of like steadily working his way up. He's all about making some money, but then like he wants enough to retire and then get away from all the nonsense and just like get to a quiet life that he never really got to experience. So he just kind of like he fancies himself as being a really adaptable guy, but you've seen that he has a little bit of a propensity to get a little reckless at times.
Nice.
Just a little reckless.
And that's kind of like what you see and what he's willing to reveal. There's, obviously there's like hidden depths, but he hasn't really shared much more than that with you.
Right. Cool. Too cute. So, Maestro, which is the only name he's given out at this time, and you two at this time are the only two that kind of knows what he looks like. That's his hacking name. Basically, my guy is about 5'3", kind of slight build, blonde hair, blue eyes. He's
Dang, looks a lot like my guy, except mine's a little bigger.
Yeah, so basically, and he this because he talks about it, because he's kind of anti-corp, large corp and stuff. He comes from a aristocratic family that were basically part of a small software corporation from the Chicana district, and Maestro felt that he was not getting the recognition and advancement that his skills deserved, and so he disappeared to the streets to make a name for himself, and that's where he ended up kind of, hooking up with the street gang, and then found employment with the Karis agency, where he's now working with you guys, and he definitely looking to make a name and money from his career. He's all about, Maestro being a name to go to for hacking and cyber warfare, and pretty straight on stuff, pretty analytical mind. And then you might have caught once or twice when things are getting kind of stressful. You might notice him popping a pill or two and being fully refreshed.
You go from
then
dose,
crashes pretty heavy.
eyes drooping, and then you pop a no dose, and you're wide awake.
Yeah.
I can go another 72 hours. I'm good.
So so you might have noticed he's a STEM user.
I do believe the police department refers to that as heavy stim user.
Well, only when necessary.
We've all known that guy with the monster.
So that is Maestro.
Cool.
So
I guess that's
So it's like you're after money to get famous. I'm after money to like retire somewhere in the
Well,
truck,
I mean,
whatever.
eventually, but it's about the fame, being the hacker.
Mhm. And by the way, what's the name of your hacker gang, by the way?
I don't know yet. I'll have to figure
Okay.
that out.
Just let me know when you do.
Yep.
Oh yeah, speaking of the favor, I do owe the big favor. I left it purposefully vague so you could just kind of play with it as you want, James.
So what did you get for your favor?
Well, it was basically like when he was out on the streets, like immediately after he left home, he was only like 14. They kind of like, kind of kept him out of too much trouble while he was kind of getting himself going. So he owes him big for that.
Okay. Did you go
It
for
wasn't
the?
one thing. It was just kind of an ongoing helping him out sort of thing.
Did you go for the cash or the experience?
Experience.
Okay, so yeah, that purpose perfectly translates that the experience was they took you under their wing and protected you, and that's where you earned extra experience from, was because hanging out with these guys.
Yep.
And for Vendetta Blood, which part of town are they?
Let me see.
As in, are you gonna go with what they have in the book, or is there something different?
Yeah, it's in the book.
Okay.
And the reason I picked them is because, despite the kind of scary name, it said something like they're some sort of like the things that they typically do. Let me find it real quick.
Yeah, that they're not that bad of a.
They're not like the murder gang. They're more like
They're more like the gangs back in New York and stuff that look out for their neighborhoods.
let's see here. Vendetta Blood. It works several blocks in the Base de Cayambe in Mercado Baja. Now, they're stim dealers, thefts and muggings, and connections among warehouse storage companies, materials, dealing in materials. So that's kind of why I thought that maybe the courier, because it's kind of like almost like smuggling stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Theft and smuggling and heists and stuff like that.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah. And as far as the corp, that's up to you. Whatever you want that to be. I don't know. Whatever corp up in the in that district where his family's from, because that might come into play.
Okay. Just as convenient backstory if you want to go after these guys.
Well, yeah. I mean, if there's an opportunity, he would have no problem with that. But at the same time, there's always the opportunity that the family might decide to look for him, or the corporation might decide to look for him, or who knows.
I like the term "look."
But they don't know his hacking name. All they know him is by his birth, given birth name.
Which you probably haven't uttered in a long time.
Yep. Man, I can't do much of shit for 50 credits.
You can buy yourself some soy noodles and a calf.
I mean, I could buy some more stems.
Everybody's like, why does this guy go through so many stems?
Hey, hacking's a hard life, man.
Late night gaming habits, man. Late night gaming habits.
Art imitates life.
A hollow chip?
Okay, what about Darwin?
Okay, so Darwin. Darwin was just recently born. Theodoro Jones was his given name. And he was one of the disenfranchised living on the streets, off the grid, hustling to make his life. And he had this friend Addie who talked him into doing med trials for, right now I'm calling it the clinic, because I don't have a name yet. Well, they would test pharmaceuticals, so he'd spend a week or a month with a cold or an infection or something to test what was being developed, and he'd get paid for it. And it was quick, easy money because Theodore really does not like to work. He wants to coast through life. And he met this smooth-talking private researcher who offered him a deal that was way too good to be true. And naturally, Darwin took it because only a fool would turn down quick, safe cash. So he went in for the injection and woke up in a cage, and he spent the next 5 years of his life first getting beat up and then learning how to actually fight and succeeding, and then going on other missions for this organization that I don't have a name for that developed him. Eventually, there was an undercover operation, and Detective Estrada, when they were closing the sting, pulled Darwin out. He had been named Darwin by that organization, and he kept that name. I realized that 1,500 is a lot of cred. So Darwin now has fangs and enhanced healing.
Nice.
And what?
He's got fangs. It's called tooth buds. So basically, it's fangs. And enhanced healings. He climbs on the walls, and he pretty much is now a fighter. He's the thing is, he really is not comfortable with his body, even though he feels a need to continue to adjust it. He feels like a freak, and he feels surrounded by freaks, and his desire is to find a place that he fits in and is loved. He fears being alone. Some of his worst nights were spent in the cage, all by himself with no human contact, and now if he's isolated at all, he freaks out, panics, and rushes to find the company of another person. He thinks that saving people's lives puts him in debt, and showing off makes them like him. And so he's super courageous because that way people will want to hang out with him.
Nice.
But he is still pretty much lazy. If he can get out of going on a thing, eventually he did make his way to the Karis organization, which recognized his unique gifts. He still doesn't feel like he fits in, but he's comfortable with the team and feels good about pulling their asses out of the fire.
Something tells me the Curious organization probably saw you do something heroic, and they're like, "We need this guy."
Yeah.
It's funny that you mentioned he's got the fear of isolation. Like Dante has that too. He's he tries to play it off and pretend like it's not a thing, but yeah, he's got the same issue.
Yeah. So they probably hang out a lot.
Yeah.
They're like,
They're
"Hey,
certainly very close friends."
my couch is always free." Or you get that after a mission of the "I don't want to go home alone. Come over and play some video games."
It's not that late. You don't have to leave yet. Here, have another drink.
Don't worry, Maestro's got a stim or two in his drawer.
Nice. Exactly. We can get the party going all night long.
Okay, perfect.
All right. I bought a hollow chip that's programmed to of an image of me.
That's an interesting choice.
Yeah. I got ideas of how it can come in handy. It'll work. You'll see.
Oh, I have faith in you. Okay, so you spent all those extra creds on your Gmod updates?
Who's that, for Dante?
Yeah, for Dante.
Yeah.
Oh, say what?
Oh, sorry, for Darwin.
No, Darwin.
Or
Darwin,
yeah, sorry.
He doesn't have the
Sorry,
G.
Darwin. Yes.
Yeah, Darwin. Because part of the modification that was done to him, I mean, the healing just naturally makes sense because they wanted him to fight, and that's also why he survived not being able to fight when he started. And the fangs are a side effect.
You know, who knew that the enhanced healing had that little side effect come with it?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it works. Okay, let me fill out your pistol for you so you can see what it normally looks like on this character sheet when it's in there.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
I so wanted something with range, but I don't have the skill for it, so.
So a pistol does 6 damage. It has a crit of 3. Now, on the character sheet here where it says HP, that is for hard points because weapons can be modified a lot. That's one thing with the Star Wars and the Genesis system that I love, is they have it so you can mod your weapons out a ton. So that way you can use whatever, abilities and whatnot that's there for that. So for your pistol, it has no... So are you looking at Darwin's weapons?
I'm getting there. Yeah, I was gonna look them up. I took the soldier defaults.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got a pistol, light armor.
Yeah, I've got the pistol in there for you. If you want to look at it, there's on the weapons section.
Oh,
you'll see there's a
medium range light.
Mm-hmm. So
condition
the drop downs are so it automatically pulls from your character sheet. So if you hit that D20 that's in the middle there, it'll automatically roll and pop up on the side there. And it does all the math, adding it up. So like in this case, we didn't have any purple dice, but we know it does 6 damage. It crits on 3. You had 3 successes, so that's 9 points of damage, plus 1 for each success. And 2 advantages that you could spend on something else. I'll share a couple good cheat sheets with you, so that way you can... The hardest thing you're going to find out in combat is spending those advantages.
Oh.
Hit or miss, spending advantages is the most often thing you're going to be doing, because the dice are actually set up that you will more likely than not get advantages over successes. And pretty much when you shoot somebody, just say, I'm shooting somebody, I'll put in the difficulty, and then I'll say, okay, I've got your difficulty set, which is 1 to 2 purple, or 3 purple if they're at long range. And if they're in medium range, you can take a shot at them. If you want to do something like dual wield, seeing as you have your fangs, which I believe are a brawl weapon, I'll put those in there for you, so that way you don't have to worry about it. You could, in theory, dual wield with your teeth and your gun, so you could bite someone in front of you and shoot someone, either right in front of you. It's more difficult to shoot someone you're engaged with, because they can basically kung fu that gun out of their face.
But not if I'm biting their teeth off.
Basically, since you're dual wielding, it adds an extra purple for the difficulty, because you're basically dual wielding with weapons. So, but in sort of like with the pirate doing the sword and the gun, you could totally dual wield with your teeth and a pistol. So
actually, James, I have a question about that, actually. Which skill would you use then?
You actually use whichever skill is shittier. So it's a horrible way to put it, but in the rule set, it's the pick whichever skill is lesser, and that's the one that you roll the skill for. In theory, what that's always told me when I've played dual wield characters is always bring your skills up together. So that way it's not a problem. And seeing as in one session you're getting 10 to 20 experience, it's best to bring those skills up together, basically. So that way you're equally good with both skills. So that way, if you do dual wield, because sometimes in combat, you need to bite the guy's face in front of you and shoot the guy that's about to hit the button. It makes it... I
can't wait to do that, to be honest.
And when you do that, you need, for dual wielding to hit, you need to succeed and get 2 advantages to have the second attack hit. So, like this roll would be a perfect example that you succeeded. So the first shot with the pistol would do 9 points of damage. And then your bite would be like 3 points less. But you would use those 2 advantages to have your second attack hit. So you shoot the guy at the elevator, and then you bite the guy right in front of you who's reacting to you shooting the guy across the way.
Okay.
Dual wielding is just a fun mechanic. And automatic weapons kind of work the same way, that you can spray your weapon on full auto. It adds an extra dice of difficulty because you're basically going nuts. And if you get 2 advantages, every 2 advantage you can hit that target or another target with one of the rounds. So if, say, you fired off with a 50 caliber machine gun, you had 6 advantages, you could hit 3 more times after the first shot. And there are a lot of little Uzi style submachine guns that are stupidly dangerous in this game. A lot of them have like Pierce 4, so it ignores the first 4 points go right through your armor.
Oof.
Yeah, a lot of the Filetti and Needler guns are specifically meant to cut through armor and put like 6 rounds into you with that armor.
Well, this is stupid.
The one gang called the Scorpions, or El Scorpio, basically they've got this really nasty gun called the Stalker pistol. Not only is this pistol, it only does 4 damage. There's a reason why it only does 4 damage. It's because it has guided 2, because it's got smart ammo, Pierce 4, and Vicious 2, and it crits on 2 advantage.
Well, that's horrifying.
Yeah. These guns are basically meant to just rip flesh apart like a chainsaw. There's a reason why the Scorpions are one of the toughest, color gangs in town.
Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with that.
You're gonna hope not to.
Well, I mean, that's not the kind of firefight you want to get into. That's when I run. I'll parkour up the side of a building.
You see the guy turn, you hit the guy who's trying to stop you, and then he turns his, he reacts to your punch, and then he turns his face back to you, and you clearly see the gold and black scorpion tattoo in his cheek, and you're just like, oh shit.
No.
And then you hope to make coordination to get away from him. Parkour.
Yeah, parkour doesn't even require a roll, though.
Yep, parkour is nice. It's just, you say, I bamf my way to that location. Because you're using your cool parkour skill.
Yep. No, it only takes one strain. It's awesome.
Yep. Yeah, it translates really well to what the skill is.
Yeah, I saw that and I was just like, oh yeah, that's the perfect talent.
Okay, so Christopher, did you have any questions about the character sheets?
I think I understand them mostly. Thank you. Well, actually, no, I'm lying to you. On the character sheet, under skills, the very top says Dice and Destiny Pool. Is that something I need to worry about right now?
That's basically every time. So it's a little different in Star Wars. You actually roll a Destiny dice in Star Wars. It's not in Genesis. Genesis puts all the cards in your guys' favor. So when we start playing, basically you'll see that there's a starting pool. The pool is going to be 3 for players, 1 for GM. So what you can do with the Destiny pool, we can of course decide which one of the 2 rule sets we use. I say we just use the 1 flip per dice roll because it's cleaner. So on your turn, you can opt where it says, see where it says use player story point?
No. Oh, yes.
You can choose to click that button, and in theory, let me go ahead and pull up the GM screen real quick, and I will totally put some fictitious numbers there and force an update so you see numbers. Do you see 3 player numbers and 2 GM numbers?
Here, I'll sync full GM.
Oh, sync full GM. Yes.
So in gameplay, if you want to be better at your skill, you can opt to click one of those story points. Like I say, okay, so you're about to shoot the big bad, and you're just like, I don't want to mess this up. Or you don't want a player friend to mess up either. You can basically spend a point to make their roll better. So what happens is you would click the button, go ahead and click it so you can see the little chat pop up. So Darwin uses a story point, and it basically flips one to my side. And what that does is you can either use it to cash it in for some small convenient item like a breath mask or a gas mask that you just happen to find lying around or know that you had in the glove box that's been sitting there for 6 months forgotten. And oh yeah, we bought one. So you can pull out a small inconspicuous thing that helps you the storyline without being too overpowering. It can't be an OP thing of here's the rocket launcher in the trunk. Or the most often used thing is you can actually flip that to say, okay, I want to upgrade my dice pool. So what it does is it turns one of your green dice into a gold dice. So it basically temporarily boosts your roll, which is really good, by the way. And basically it just means narratively you're using a plot point to say, we're being really good at this because whatever. And you can basically throw out, why it's happening. It's happening because we really hate this guy. It could be happening because you want to actually not increase your dice pool, but the guy's shooting at you. And because you're super not wanting to get shot in the face, you're diving for cover and you're going to increase the difficulty of his check, which then turns one of his purple dice into a red dice, which is just like your gold dice. The red dice are the only ones that can have despair, which is a critical failure.
Which makes things very exciting.
Which can make things really exciting. Because one of the things in the game rules is Successes and failures cancel each other out when you roll your dice. Advantage and threat cancel each other out when you roll your dice. Because basically when you set up something, I'll tell you the difficulty and I'll put it in my screen. Like, go ahead and click your gunshot again.
Okay.
I've got average difficulty of 2 purple dice. So you're shooting somebody from like 30 feet away. You know, it's a medium range shot, you know. So notice how your dice came up with a failure and a threat, but you had a lot more of those on your good dice and it negated them out. So you still had 4 successes. That's what a roll normally looks like. Now, if I'm a jerk, I can choose to, I don't want you to kill the big bad. You know, it's totally, I'm pulling that jerk storyteller move where I want the big bad to escape. Because they actually have a mechanic in the game called adversary, so your big bads can survive more than one round, that automatically upgrades the difficulty because this guy's not meant to go down like a punk. You know, it's that whole, I don't want him to open the door and get shot in the face and killed, so I upgrade the difficulty using his adversary trait. And there's certain rules for certain, you know, characters that they can have adversary 1, 2, or 3. But, you know, basically it means this round he's pulling Neo Matrix moves and avoiding all your gunshots, so he lives to do something. And what that does is, if say this roll was my guy shooting at you, and you flip that story point, I would turn one of the purple dice into a red dice, which is the only way you can have a natural 1 come up. Now, one of the cool things with the dice system is a triumph, basically natural 20, and a despair do not cancel each other out. Whereas threats and advantages cancel each other out, triumph and despair both happen. So it could be the triumph is you crit on someone and then they have to roll on the crit tab for a critical injury, or you shoot their gun out of their hand, or they run out of ammo. You know, the triumph happens and also the despair happens. So something really bad happens. You know, the triumph could be my bad guy shooting at you or you're shooting at them and you score a triumph. You take them out, but the problem is you burned all of your ammo. For the despair, you ran out of ammo. Which is why actually spare magazines is actually a thing you can buy. And it's good to have those around. Or you can always just flip a story point and say, I totally bought an extra magazine. I've been hiding it in my boot just for this situation. So using story points is something when you definitely want someone to succeed. And you, like I said, you can use it to make someone's attack more difficult or to make something that you guys are doing more advantageous.
And are the story points individual pools or
it's a group pool. So when a player spends it, it turns into a GM point. So then I can spend. Now, what the guys were talking about earlier is their naturals, which are just regular humans. The naturals' racial ability lets them, as an incidental, out of turn, say, we're going to steal that point and put it on our pool, please. Which basically will block me using one because they'll see me like, this is important. Rather than spending one, we're going to take it from you. Now, in all honesty, it is more fun if the economy keeps getting bounced back and forth.
Yeah, so you want to use it.
Yeah, you want to use them when you want to succeed. Feel free to use it. And just like if you use all yours, I will never let it stay all on my side for long because I will, even if it's a podunk thing that you're doing that should be easy, I'm just gonna spend it just to see if something interesting happens. Because usually it just means I'm wanting something interesting to happen. You know, all of a sudden a despair comes up. You succeeded, but a despair came up. So you do what you're doing, but all of a sudden ninjas kick in the door and you have an attack. You know, basically it's a good testing ground for random encounter happens. Or you're driving, you got there, but you fender bendered a rich guy's car when you got there. You know, it's something interesting just gets made up. And of course, like in all my gaming groups, if a despair comes up and you have an interesting idea, please share. You know,
No.
If you have a cool idea, I mean, Eric's not here and he has the best ideas.
Yeah, no.
He's really good with those.
When it's a despair, keep your mouth shut. Don't give him any helpful ideas.
Especially if
Make
you have
him use his brain power to come up with stuff.
especially if you have something that's very character centric to yourself that you think, I think in this situation, this is what bad luck looks like for my character. You know, it could totally be despair comes up as you guys are jumping out of the car to go to a mission, and all of a sudden you see someone you knew from your previous life. And they look at you, and it makes like the next upgrade the difficulty for the next check, you know, or give me a stealth roll to see if you can avoid them seeing you.
So this game, we each start with a story point.
Yep, you get one for each player and one for a GM. In the Star Wars game, there's a dice that everybody rolls, which I like that mechanic better, honestly, because it makes it random. Because the dice has dark side points and light side points. Granted, a lot of our groups have had bad days where all the points end up on the GM side. Yeah. So I get like 3 or 4 really bad rolls for them. So they basically will purposely do skills, which this is why it's a mechanic. Purposely do stuff to try to get points back, you know. See, there's the triumph, the big sunburst with the circle around it.
That's pretty damn good for...
Yeah. And the triumph can be used for, I'll share some cheat sheets with you guys. You know, that way you can look to see to use triumphs and advantages. Advantages are going to be one of those things of like, you can take a free maneuver or you can give a free maneuver. Now, do me a favor and switch over to the journal tab on the top right-hand side. It's the newspaper.
Okay.
And then scroll down to handouts. And look for the one that says player's turn. So pretty much that's a screenshot of on your turn, these are the 3 things that you can do.
Ooh, that's going to be ugly.
What's that?
Oh, I was just finally looking at my resilience. Yeah, I'm just 2 green in resilience.
So pretty much just like in the old D&D days, you have an action and a maneuver. So in this game, maneuver's not totally like this many squares. I try to give a ballpark, like 3-ish squares. So you have short distance, medium distance, long range, and then extreme. Like extreme is 2-mile sniper shots. Long distance is a football field. Medium is shooting somebody across the street. Short is like within 30, 20 to 30 feet. And then engaged is when you're fist to fist with somebody. So as you can see for actions, you basically can do an attack, use a skill, or exchange one of your actions to a maneuver. So like in D&D, when you do dash, you double move. So one of the tricks is on the maneuver section, you can choose to move, aim, and by the way, if you're not moving, always aim. It gives you a blue boost dice. Take cover, which is always good because it gives a black dice to the people shooting you, which is the setback dice. Ready or stow an item unless you have quick draw, because that means you can immediately whip that weapon out, which you have quick draw. Interact with your environment, basically shove someone in a trunk, close the door, start the car up, get in the driver's seat, or engage or disengage or stand up. So if you get knocked down, it's your maneuver just to get up. So earlier, you can turn an action into a maneuver. On your turn, you can take up to 2 maneuvers. You cannot take any more than 2 maneuvers. One of the nice things is just below maneuvers, it gives the rule where you can choose to suffer 2 strain to perform a second maneuver. So if you want to run, aim, and shoot, you can take 2 strain because you have wounds, which is your physical endurance, and strain, which is a combination of your mental and physical stress that you can take. So you can opt to take 2 strain to do 2 maneuvers and steal your action, which a lot of times I always recommend, because if you're at more than half strain, you're not really sweating, so you might as well spend some. And you can earn strain back just by spending advantages that you roll. So if nothing else, you rolled 2 advantage, take back 2 strain. Now, granted, there's also the mechanic that if you rolled threats, a lot of time I'll just say, take 2 strain because you're straining yourself to do something. So big key is you can't do more than 2 maneuvers on a turn because they purposely do that to make sure people aren't doing too many things. And you can also perform any number of incidentals. And incidentals are just quick things like shouting out a one-liner, saying something, giving a warning or direction, dropping an item or letting go of someone off a rooftop, right? Or looking around. As an incidental, you can totally look around, shout, "Oh God, they're around the corner," and then drop a grenade without aiming it. by the way. Be careful with explosives. So if you ever have any questions what you can do on your turn, always pop up that handout. You're the only one that sees what you're doing on it, so I always put that in there just to make it easier for you. And then the next thing, nothing that you have weapon-wise worries about it now, but if you look on the handouts where it says item qualities, that's another really good handout, and you'll definitely want to push the magnifier glass to blow it up. So weapons have these qualities. So pretty much a lot. Your pistol doesn't, because it's a Joe Schmo Saturday Night Special pistol. But a lot of weapons have these abilities added to them. So it just gives you an idea of what they do. So like accurate means it's really accurate. It's got a nice boring to the barrel and a little 2-inch extension. Gives you an extra blue. It's almost like you're aiming. It's that accurate. Auto fire was that one I was telling you earlier. It adds an extra purple to the roll, and every 2 advantage hits the target again, which having somebody at short distance put an Uzi to your face and squeezing the trigger and you roll well can end a fight really fast. The dangerous one is blast. That's basically shotguns, some guns that do like ricochet shots or like snake shot where it explodes and does a little area effect. Blast is dangerous because anyone engaged to your target, including your team, will get hit if you trigger it. So it's great to cut somebody's legs off because when blast damage happens, your armor doesn't soak blast damage. So like when you throw a grenade, you can wipe out people with a good grenade toss. So it costs 2 advantage to activate blast, or if you miss the shot, because horseshoes and hand grenades, you can use 3 advantage on a miss shot to have the area effect go off anyway and hit the main target for area effect damage. And of course, blast damage ruins people's day. Then you have breach, which basically means it's meant to basically inflict damage to tanks and big vehicles, so it ignores their armor. And of course, cuts right through people. Burn is any weapon that does some kind of singy, burn, acidy type damage. So you've got different weapons like flame weapons and acid weapons and electricity damage that do burn. So if you have a weapon with burn and you spend your 2 advantage to activate it, it does additional damage every round. And it'll have a number. It'll say like burn 3. So it'll continue to do the base weapon damage 3 rounds in a row. Setting things on fire is a great way to kill them. Just want to throw that one out there. That's when you come up to me and say, I'm on fire and I'm burning to death. Spend a story point. Say, is there a fire suppression system? Yes, you can totally pull the Halon to... we'll roll a coordination on your next check to see if you can pull the Halon before it burns you. And that's or you can totally just do an athletics to stop, drop, and roll. And you just have to succeed. And I'll say if it's easy, average, or hard. And basically that's 1, 2, or 3 purple dice. And then you have concussive, which basically staggers somebody. Cumbersome is a big, heavy weapon, and you have to have a brawn rating of that number or higher, or you have negative dice. So it's like that big, huge gun from Aliens. If you don't have the strength to carry it, you need to get a servo unit like they had on their hips to carry the weight of the gun, which those totally exist in this game, by the way. So defensive, which is basically mostly shields and weapons that are meant to parry, it'll tell you whether it's defensive range or defensive melee. What that means is if I attack you and you have defense, it makes me roll a black dice when I'm rolling to attack you, because you're more likely to block the shot. Deflection is basically the ranged version of defense. Usually it's like certain armor plating, like power suits and shields will have that. Disorient is a feature that's usually like in shotguns or stun weapons that basically will add black dice to everything they do for a number of rounds. Ensnaring is a great one because basically that's like a sticky bomb that locks them into place so they can't run away. And there are sticky bombs and slime bombs and glop grenades.
Glop in this one, yeah.
Yep. Guided is if you miss, you can make if you have 3 advantage, you can make another combat check to see if the weapon turns around and hits the target again. Basically, it's like if you ever saw that old, Tom Hanks? No, not Tom Hanks. Magnum PI. That old sci-fi with the cool spider robots with the guy with the tracer bullet. God, I forgot that movie.
Oh, the one with
The acid squirting spider robots.
yeah.
Where he's the cop. Great movie. Can't remember the title right now. But it was basically guided bullets. So inaccurate means your weapon, and usually inaccurate, if like you guys jack up a weapon, I will totally tack inaccurate on top of it, just to let you know, because it's a rusty sword, you know. Inferior means it's like a zip gun in prison. It's really crappy. It just automatically gives you one threat to any actions with it because it's POS, you know. Knockdown is basically you can spend 2 advantage, and depending on the silhouettes, all humans are silhouette 1. If it's something bigger than a human, like say a combat Borg or power armor suit, you might take additional, you know, advantages to knock it down. But most likely 2 advantages is all you need to knock somebody down. Like all the shotguns have knockdown. So not only are you hitting them, doing a ton of damage, possibly doing burst damage, you're also knocking them on their ass. Which, remember, will take 1 maneuver to stand back up. So you walk up, you shoot them, you take 1 step back, and, you know, it ruins their day. Limited ammo will be for those weapons that are basically have only so many shots before you have to reload it. Linked is an awesome feature, which you basically will see on multi-barreled weapons. Like on ships that have turrets with 2 guns, it'll be like linked 1. So if you hit, the first barrel hits, and for 2 advantage, the second barrel can hit for the exact same damage. So like say you had a double barrel shotgun, that's got linked 1. So you give them both, with 2 advantage, you gave them both barrels. And that gets really messy, by the way. Pierce is used for ignoring armor soak, so it basically will bypass your soak and always do damage. A lot of drug weapons that are meant to introduce drugs into the enemy have Pierce to make sure you're definitely doing damage to make them have to do their resilience check to save versus poison. Reinforced is basically weapons or armor that cannot be destroyed. So it's not done that often here, but in like Star Wars where you have lightsabers, you can totally cut weapons in half. But it's 2 advantage for every level you're dropping it, and most gear has 4 levels of damage. So it takes like 8 advantage to kill a gun right off the bat. So
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's definitely a lot. But if you hit multiple times, you're nicking it in 1 shot. Say you missed, but you're still sundering, and you know because the weapon was not your target, the person was. So you're hitting the weapon a few times, you can destroy it. Slow firing is basically, it'll be a number, like slow firing 2 or slow firing 1, and that basically tells you how often you can shoot it. So basically it means it needs to shoot and then recharge. Stun, if you hit for 2 advantage, you can do additional stun damage equal to the rating that ignores soak. So if it's a super stunny weapon, it'll have that feature that lets you do extra damage for stun. That the important thing is ignore soak. Then you have, if your weapon is tagged with stun damage, it can only do stun damage, which is reduced by soak. And it'll say, sometimes it says stun setting, that means you actually can flip the switch and choose between. But if it says just stun damage, it can only do stun damage. Then you have...
sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
There is one distinction that I noticed. If it says stun, then it does damage and also hits strain. Stun damage is only strain damage.
Correct, yeah. If it says stun and then a number, you shot him with the bullet, but it was an electric bullet that has stun 3. For 2 advantage, you can also do the strain.
Yeah, so it's like both, right?
Yeah. It'll say stun and then a number for that one. But and if that's the case, you have to spend the 2 advantage to activate the feature. Usually it would be like electro staff, you know, it hits for this much and it does stun on top. Mm-hmm. And then you've got the Sunder, which is for destroying items. Then you've got Superior. Basically, you're getting that Hattori Hanzo sword. It's superior, so it adds 1 advantage to every time you use it just because it's an awesome freaking weapon. You know, or it's Quigley Down Under's rifle that's made of superior quality. Tractor, which you don't see a lot in this game. I think there's only one thing that has it, and I think it's basically a electromagnetic thingy-majiggy that basically locks you in place. It's mostly a Star Wars thing for ships. Then you have Unwieldy, which is the agility version of Cumbersome. So basically, because this item like say a double-bladed lightsaber is a good example because that uses Unwieldy, that you have to be agile enough to use this safely. And if not, it adds a black dice just because you're not physically capable to wield it properly. And then the best feature of any weapon ever is vicious. So weapons that are very ugly and horribly damaging, like chainsaws, vibro axes, things like that, will have vicious and then a number. That number is plus 10 times that number to any crit on it. So, like in Star Wars, disintegrator rifles, vibro axes, chainsaws, things that are meant to really jack stuff up.
Just jacks you.
Yeah, it ruins people's day. And basically, it's that kind of weapon is meant to do horrible graphic things. It's one of those of if you get hit and it crits on you, horrible things happen, and then you have to find a medic quick. Because the only way, even if a crit hits you and it's something that's just minor, like, oh, I have a setback dice, I'm winded, you still have that crit on your character sheet until a doctor heals it. And each time a crit happens, it's plus 10 for each additional crit. And if your wounds get dropped to 0, so I'm going to jump out of item qualities here. If your wounds drop to 0, you're not dead. Because this is like Star Wars where you can be taken out of a scene, but you're not dead. It's action movie. You wake up later being patched up by your buddies or a paramedic. But when you drop to 0 wounds, you immediately have to roll a crit. Because that's basically the massive amount of punishment your body took. You have to roll a crit. And when you get brought back in the next scene or whatnot, you have now that crit from your injuries. Hopefully the dice are nice and give you something that goes along with the damage you took. Often it's not, and we just kind of make it sound like it works in some cool way. Hey, I got shot and my presence has been dropped because I don't feel friendly with a gut full of buckshot.
Yeah, scarred your face a bit, so
and if you get hit with a crit, it looks like you're already on the crit tab. You just hit that big scary red button and it'll pop up a crit just like that. If it was a vicious weapon, you would just put in the crit roll effect, you just put plus 10, plus 20, whatever the vicious number is, and it will add that plus to the roll. Normally, like, say you just rolled knock prone, suffer 1 strain. So you would tick off 1 strain off your current tab, which is the greenish blue teal. And once you've taken that strain, you would click the effect off button. Because it would be under the purple dice. Right there. So when you click that, the character sheet stops looking at that crit. It still has it there, but it stops looking at it. And once you heal it, you would click the heal button underneath and it'll make it go away.
Yeah, because each crit stacks plus 10 to the next crit.
Yep.
So if you have 2 crits, that's 20 plus 20 to the severity of the next crit.
Mm-hmm. And on the crit table, it's a 1 to 150 roll on percentile dice. So on your first crit, it is impossible to die. But if you roll 151, you die. If you run like 140, you're dying, and you can hope somebody saves you. There is actually a last minute, someone just died. You can bring them back if you can do it within 1 roll technology. So it's one of those of, don't let crits build up because it gets ugly when they do. Especially when people have weapons that are made to crit. They crit on only 2 advantage rather than the 3 average advantage.
Or have vicious that already add 10.
Yeah. Because like in Star Wars, you can totally have a Wookiee that you've been playing a while that has plus 70 plus 70 to the crit because of their talents and their weapon. Granted, the vibro axe that Wookiee is wielding sounds like a very loud, angry chainsaw. And naturally, he's got all of the talents for increasing crit damage. So basically, he's a killing monster that's meant to rip your entrails out with his axe. which means in theory, on a very bad roll, you can get one-shotted by the guy on one threat. Because some of the NPCs, if you build them nice like a character, you can make a killing monster that crits on just one. Just like if you pick martial arts talents, the martial arts talents, depending on how far you pick, you can actually choose what. So it'll say pick any one purple crit, and you basically will look at the list and say, "Oh, I break his arm," and then when you get better, you can pick any 2-level crit. Oh, I break his leg, or I knock him cold, or and basically as a martial artist, you're picking your poison, as opposed to letting dice do the rolling, which is really fun, because you can do some horrible things with martial arts. Especially since in a fight, you hit him, you failed, but you still have advantage to knock him prone. If he's knocked prone, you get a blue dice to hitting him because he's on the ground. Anyone shooting him will get a black dice because he's prone into a smaller target. But anyone attacking with a melee or fist weapon will get a blue dice because he's on the ground, easy target. And one of the nice things with spending advantage is you can spend advantage to get back strain, you can spend advantage to give dice to your friends, or give bad dice to the bad guys. And all you have to narratively say is because he's diving away out of my gunshots, he has a harder time shooting back. So he's, instead of standing up shooting, it's not that your bullets missed, it's that he had to dive for cover, and he's now just sticking his hand over the bar shooting back, making it more difficult to shoot you back. So spending advantage is totally a narrative thing that, you can come up with something that's cool, go for it. Or you can just say, I get back 2 strain, or I give a blue to the next guy because I set him up for the next shot. That's like the easiest one.
You feeling overwhelmed yet?
It's starting to get...
It'll come, and especially the hardest part is spending advantage and despairs, and that'll come as you get going and play and do things.
It's a lot of info dump, and like 80% of it you don't even need to worry about. And your first game session, you will totally get it down pat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much, I'll send you a link to a couple of cheat sheets, because I found a Android-specific cheat sheet that I figured I'll send that out to, that have the cheat sheet up in another window, and when you do something, look at it and see what you'd like to spend the advantage for. I mean, like when it comes to skills, extra successes mean you did what skill you were doing faster, more efficiently. Advantage means something extra happens. So you can totally botch a skill and something good still happens. Or in reverse, you can totally do the thing you were wanting, but shitty situation happens, Like say you're hot wiring a car with mechanics and you succeed to hot wire the car, but you rolled 3 threat, and I'll just totally say, yeah, but you shorted something out and the car's only going to work for so many rounds. Or you got the car started, but you cannot turn off the car alarm. So you're running down the scene of the crime with the car alarm blaring at full sound.
Yep. So a lot of stuff like shooting, I like to use, like you're in a bar, you shot at the guy, you missed him, but you have advantage, so you're going to give the guy a black dice for their next roll. So basically, narratively, you shot, you missed him, but he was by the bar. You shot a bunch of the glasses or bottles, they exploded. So he's ducking down.
He's totally avoiding glass to the face.
Yeah, so now he's got a black dice to his action.
Or because Dante was waiting for him at the end of the bar, Dante's just lining up his gun and he's running right into his sights.
Yep. So it's cool. You can fail yet still accomplish something, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
So I have so it was funny. I went to the at the top, the group sheet, base of operations. It's funny because obviously they didn't fully convert the sheet properly because it says Rebel Base.
Yeah, I noticed with the API script on because this is the generic Genesis one, a lot of stuff is still totally Star Wars.
Yep. The vehicle was a little funky, but I did look up and come up with, so Rebel Base name is Fukuma Casino, Fukuma, which is actually out of a game. It's a Yakuza casino, if everybody's cool with that.
Yeah.
Totally.
That's saving
So-
me work, so I'm cool with it.
So yeah, Fukuma Casino in the tourist district in the New Hogani or Hugai district or whatever. And I also, just for information, came up with the Hacker Street Gang is Kryptonic Street Gang.
Awesome.
Sounds totally legit. And there's their
Sounds totally elite
They're-
speak.
there's their elite
Oh, no.
spelling of it. So, and basically, I joined a certain site in a gang war, doing, hacking stuff for my big favor.
There was totally a hack off.
Yeah.
It looked like that scene from Hackers. Oh no, they're using bunnies. They've released the rabbit.
So, sweet.
Okay, ever since you mentioned running out of ammo, I've been trying to. How do I buy extra?
Now he's nervous.
That's completely understandable. So you can totally just buy ammo because this is the city of New Angeles. So, guns are everywhere because American influence, America.
Oh yeah. But
So-
I'm not. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Let me double check to see if they have in the equipment section reloads. In Star Wars, they basically just make it a very generic blaster pack.
That makes sense.
Because that way it makes it an easier thing of just saying 50 credits. Let's see. I love how some of this stuff they've kept it as the same terminology as Star Wars, and other they've completely changed it. Okay, they don't have it in the gear section. Let me go back to the weapons section. Or you can totally just say, I buy ammo for 50 credits.
Okay, that may be what I.
It's like buying 9mm ammo right now, where you're paying $1.20 a bullet.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Is it that low? I haven't looked for a while.
That's if you're shopping around.
Mm. Yeah.
Let's just say it's so bad I bought some Russian non-corrosive steel-cased lacquered shells.
Oh, God. Wow.
Never going to put them through my weapons, but I have it just in case.
Just in case, yeah.
It's the bottom of the barrel ammo. Yeah, it does not have reloads, so we'll just use the same thing as Star Wars uses, which is just the 50
25.
credits.
Was it 50? Yeah, 50 credits for, reload.
Credits, and it weighs 2 encumbrance.
Reloads. I don't worry about the encumbrance on that one myself. You guys totally can. I don't.
Yeah, that's a heavy-ass battery, but...
It's it's funny with the encumbrance. Like, I've got so little gear, I only have 2 points of encumbrance, but like the courier comes with like a bag and a load bearing thing. It's like I can carry up to 14, but I've got 2.
Nice. Yeah, I'm only at 1 with what I got, so we got time to run through like a little tiny like combat scenario or something, just so he can feel some rolls, or
Yeah, we can totally do that.
I don't know about everybody else, but I mean, I'm fine.
Are you up for that, Christopher?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's only
Back to one.
11:20 after.
Okay, have you found a picture you'd like, or do you want me to just toss one on for now?
Oh, yeah, just toss them on for now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, while you're setting that up. So what do you think about that Grogu coin?
Oh, yeah.
I'm kind of intrigued for one. That's pretty cute. They made a silver proof 1 ounce silver proof gold coin or silver coin with of Grogu.
Weird.
Yeah, but it's cute. But oh, how are you gonna pay for that? Well, I got all these little Grogus. 1 ounce silver.
They're totally legit silver, man.
Right? I thought it was kind of cute, but it's like $20 a piece for like a $2 value. It's like what?
Yeah, it's one of those. I'm not sure they've got the right collector's amount on it.
Yeah. Well, they're charging extra for that image versus just gold.
That's Star Wars
or the silver value. Yep.
Upcharge. Okay, so I'm setting up your token here. Let's see what's going on. Strain. Now, one of the ones I like to use on your miniatures. Let's see, strain. There we go. So I know it's a very generic picture at the moment, but it's just because one I had handy on my character there.
Yeah, it's better than it's better than a black box.
So if you look on the map, I'm moving the character around. You can move this guy. Oh, what did I just do?
Stretched.
So you've got access to him. So if you click on Darwin, you'll see 3 bubbles pop up. You see the red, green, and blue?
Yes.
So the red is going to be your wounds, the green is going to be your strain, and the blue is your soak. So if you get attacked, you automatically know just looking at your token, you have a soak of 2. If you take damage, all you have to do is click on the red circle, a little box will pop up, and you type -2 enter. It'll, say you take 2 points of damage after soak. As soon as you put -2 enter, it'll do the math for your character, and you'll see your life bar shrink.
I want to see that. Okay, cool.
And when you go to your character sheet, you'll see that your current hit points are now currently 11. And so to put those back after, like, say we screen swipe to another scene you guys recovered, you just crank your wounds back up to its maximum. And then as soon as you do that and hit enter, your miniature should show it's back to full.
That is neat.
So let me copy all 3 of you guys, and let me dump you on a map. We're going to find a map.
You're gonna just dump us? Wow.
Dump you in an alleyway. It's cyberpunk. It's full of dark alleyways.
Dark rainy alleyways.
So the nice thing is, once we make your characters and link them to you, no matter what map you're on, they're connected to the character sheet regardless. So in this situation, you guys are in this dark alleyway. Oh, I gotta see what. That's a nice picture.
I thought so.
Got the spec ops picture there. So you 3 guys are in this dark alleyway. Might want to scroll down a little if your map is zoomed out. So the ping that you're seeing me put this baby blue ping on the map, that's me with the pointer select tool, the little pointer arrow, holding down on the map for 2 seconds. If you do that, you can mark like, hey, over here or over here. If you'd like to change the color of your ping, you just go to your name and there's the color box. You click on that and it's got all the color palette for you. So you can change the color for your pings.
Yeah. And that is on the far left little strip there, that's the little single arrow that allows you to ping, and that also allows you to grab your character and move it. Mm-hmm. The other big one to use is the one that looks like the circle with like the comb in it. And that one actually allows you to draw a line and it gives you measurements.
Yeah. Thankfully, in Genesis, measurements aren't like exact, so it's not like D&D where you have to measure exactly. I'm 5 foot short. Sorry.
Yeah.
We use vague measurements in Star Wars.
Yeah, but it's good pointing. Yep. Like, I'm going here, or something like that.
I'm going this way, then this way.
You just got to remember that you got to go back to the little arrow up top to interact with your token.
And we all forget that all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you have the measuring tool, you can't ping the map. You can only make arrows. So then you have to go back to the arrow and click select move, and then you can ping the map. Another fun one that's there is it'll look like either a pin or a box. That's for drawing on the map. So if you want to draw on the map, just be mindful. Anything you draw on the map can totally be erased by going back to the select tool and then highlighting it and then hitting delete. But everyone can see what you're drawing. And I think only you and the GM can delete it. I don't think other players have permission to delete somebody else's stuff.
Yeah, I don't think so, no. I forget, how do you delete it?
You go back to the select arrow, you highlight it, like you're just in regular Windows highlighting something, and when you see the little blue box around it, you just hit delete.
Oops.
See, we do that stuff all the time. It's really hard when you have a miniature there because you may have to actually delete your miniature by accident. And if you delete your miniature, it's no biggie because I just have to go back to a previous map and hit copy and paste. So in this situation, you guys are hunting down, chasing, as I want to zoom in real quick. Oh, and to zoom in, that's easier. Just hold control and use your roller mouse. Some features are just like regular Windows and Microsoft. Others are a pain in the ass. And when initiative will come out, I'll click the little clock thing that brings up the turn order box. So in this game, what's different than some others is you don't need to click your token. Like if you're playing D&D, you have to click this token on the map first before you would roll initiative because it needs to know who's the token for whose initiative. In this one, say the situation is you're tailing Harry. And all of a sudden, while you're tailing Harry, you realize that these gangbangers up here, these colored gangers, see you guys clearly walking down the alley. Somebody must have failed pretty horrible and kicked a cat or something in a dumpster. And all of a sudden, you realize these guys are going to throw down with you. They clearly are going to throw down. So you'd pull up your character sheet, and I'd say it's time to roll for initiative. Now, when you pull up your character sheet, you don't want to just click your skill, cool, or vigilance. Those are the two skills that you use for initiative. Now, depending on the situation, it's on the combat tab, right? Yep. Yeah, on the combat tab, which is weapons, talents, and powers. I had to pull up an NPC to double check it. That's where you roll initiative, is in the initiative box. You'll have cool if you guys are prepared. Like say you guys, you are initiating combat or you know combat was going to happen. You guys can roll cool. And you can totally justify to me why you're prepared because you're in a seedy, nasty neighborhood and you were waiting to shoot the first hobo that grabbed your leg. If you're not prepared, you would roll the vigilance skill because that's your ability to avoid being ambushed. And on that skill, it'll show you how many dice your pool is. The modifiers is if you had any modifiers, some talents will give you bonuses. And once we get to that, we'll walk you through the easy way of putting those bonuses to auto-populate your roll. Then you would click the little D20 that's on the far right-hand side after cool or vigilance. In this case, you guys know it's coming, so go ahead and roll vigilance, everybody.
You mean cool?
I mean cool, sorry. The opposite thing of what I was saying. And you notice if you clicked initiative, it should have... Why did it have those purple dice?
Oh, sorry. That's because I had them loaded to test resilience. Did it affect my roll?
It did not affect Maestro, but it did affect Darwin. So we don't worry about that for now. But you see on the turn order box how it came up with PC, PC, and PC. So that lets you guys know that whose initiative it is. Now, for my bad guys, let me open up one of my NPCs.
Yeah, mine came up okay. 3-1, so yeah.
For my NPCs...
Oh, damn.
Wow. Apparently these guys were totally looking to throw down on somebody.
Yeah,
so
ambush.
we then, take a second for me to put this in order. So click.
Yeah.
Now,
So real quick, on your character sheet, when you have it up, you can obviously expand it. You have a couple options. One, top left corner by your name, there's a little button that will separate that out of the window, so it's a separate pop out.
Oh, nice.
Or you can double click the top bar and it will shrink it down to a little subdued or transparent little rectangle on the map, and you can move that around where you want it. And if you just double click to expand it again. That's usually what I do.
yeah, I always recommend for players that if you go to your settings button, the third checkbox is to make your character sheet a pop out, so it's another window. So you can alt tab between the two, not block the map, but that's just me. Because I usually have like 6 characters up because I have the NPCs and stuff. So I want to alt tab between character sheets because the map gets really crowded when you have a bunch of characters there.
Yeah. I personally use the little double click to just shrink it down to a little name tag, but you figure out what you want.
I just moved it to my other screen.
Yeah. Oh, well, if you're double screen, then that's, yeah.
So
I'm on a laptop.
One thing to keep an eye out for on Darwin, scroll to the top of your character sheet.
Okay.
Do you see where it's got the colored boxes, which are the dice?
Yes.
On your sheet, you can add dice, like say you want to upgrade. Usually just tell me and I'll do it on mine, so that way it's less hassle for you. See how it's got the D20 roll there and then the little arrows in a circle?
Yeah.
Click the arrows in a circle to clear those 2 purple dice that you have loaded on your screen.
Okay.
So that's one thing to always keep an eye on, because I've got, on the GM's pool, I've got basically that top part of the character sheet to add your difficulties and stuff. And usually you guys don't need to worry about it. If you just let me know, like if you aim, I'll put the blue dice for you. And if you use a skill that upgrades, I'll put that in there too for you. Just so I can make it easier for you.
And you want to fix the story points so they're more reflective.
Oh, wait, did I go the wrong way?
Well, it should only be 4, right?
Yeah. Well,
3 and 1.
Look at you wanting to make sure it's...
Well, just saying.
My goodness. It's because the first thing he wants to do is steal my 1 story point. There you go. I'll force an update on you, so it should be 3 and 1 now.
Okay.
So
you need a refresh. I'm not.
You need to sync with GM.
I was trying to, but it's not doing anything. Let me refresh it or reopen it.
So the way initiative works in Genesis and Star Wars is it's what they call popcorn order. Any of you guys can opt to go at any one of the PC slots. So it could be that, say, somebody's got a really cool thing they want to hold action for, which unfortunately this game has no hold action mechanic. You can say, I got this great thing to do, but I have to go last. I need the bad guy to walk into the room so I can do this to him. It's one of those of you can pick who goes first. Right. And you can totally say, I aim my gun at the doorway to shoot the first bad guy that walks in. So that way you're having a blue dice added to your pool when someone walks in and can get shot. So, yep. And you can have aiming action roll over. And usually what you'll do is when you click your token, the bottom circle, if you click on that, it shows a bunch of little icons and colors you can do. Usually I give somebody a blue dice. Like that.
A blue dot. Yep.
Yeah. And a lot of times if I'm using minion groups, because the way NPC antagonists work in this game is you have 3 classes of bad guys. You've got the minion, which is basically your mooks, and they attack as a group. So they have a set, here's my skills, and for every extra mook, they get ranks or training in that skill. So basically like a bunch of mooks with pistols are shooting 3 green dice. You add 2 mooks, it's 2 green and a yellow. 3 mooks, it's 2 yellow and a green. So the more mooks, the more accurate they are because they're basically volley firing at you. They only get 1 attack for the group. And then as you hit them, each time you drop them by a certain number, usually it's 5, sometimes it's 4, you're dropping the number of mooks in that collective group because you're basically taking the mooks down 1 at a time. And you can totally take 3 out in 1 amazing shot. It's that whole, you took a shot that went through a guy, and dropped the last guy. And usually with mooks, I'll designate with different dots so you know that, like, hey, this is 3 mooks together.
Okay.
So that way you can visualize it's a herd of bad guys. Then you've got rivals, which are basically NPCs that are almost as good as you guys. The one thing with rivals is they don't have strain, so they can't take a second maneuver unless they're sacrificing their attack. And more importantly, weapons that do strain damage do wounds to them. So you guys can shoot with stun and lethal weapons, and it drops them just as fast.
Same thing on the
minions,
mobs.
yeah. Yeah, minions drop with stun damage as well. Because basically they're the typical Xena and Hercules bad guys that are meant to go down with 1 or 2 hits.
Sure.
They're super effective in a swarm. Get one alone, and the poor guy's going to drop his gun and run. And then you have Nemesis, which are basically your boss mob, just to steal from video game terminology. It's the guy that one guy can fight all of you and probably get some licks in. One of the mechanics with Genesis, when they first came out with Star Wars with Nemesis characters, they realized the big bad still died within 3 turns. So they ended up giving Nemesis this new Nemesis rule that basically a Nemesis can take an action at the bottom of the initiative as well. So they can take their turn, and then there's something they can do at the bottom of the initiative. Usually it's a maneuver or a cool skill set they have, like, I tell all my people to move and give them a blue dice because I'm telling them what to do. Or I grab the guy next to me and he takes the shot instead of me.
Yeah. And they have strain and...
Yeah, they have strains and wounds, so they can basically do double actions. And they're basically on par with the best player character. Usually Nemesises you don't want to fight one-on-one, but physically you can fight them. Usually they only have a few things that make them better than a single person. Usually it's more wounds and strain. They have like 18 and 16, depending on what type of, if it's a Sith Lord, they have a bunch more powers and 1 or 2 hits more worth of hit points. Or cool things that they can do instead. So in this case, you're following Harry Rains. Not to be confused with Harry Knuckles. Unfortunately, this guy here saw you guys. He walks up and he's going to take a shot at Dante. So he's going to be at medium distance to shoot Dante. Now, Dante, do you have any range defense? So
I
at this,
do.
so
You do.
I don't see anybody else's names.
Yeah, I don't either.
Look at you guys bugging me to do more stuff. Fine, I'll let you see each other's names. What it is the GM's the only one that has meta control over miniatures. So that's why I have to assign the miniature to you guys and then do all the effects for you. So how about that? Do you all see each other's names?
Yep.
Now I'm not going to know who I am.
You are Darwin right here.
Well, yeah, but when it was just my name, it was easy. Now it's just three names I have to read.
And by the way, you should all be able to see your life bars, so that way you can, in real life, you can see how messed up your friends are. When they're beat up, you realize, dude, you're jacked up. Don't take another hit. So in this case, Dante, you said you did have range defense?
I do have 1, yes.
Okay, so what he's done by that is he looked at the top of his character sheet, and you see you've got wounds, strain, your soak, and then defense, range or melee. Some weapons, armors, and ability give you range defense. Basically, it just makes you harder to get shot. Always a good thing.
Gives them a black dice.
And this would be the point when I say, okay, this bad guy, he's lining up his gun to take the shot. I'm talking very slowly so someone could take the moment to flip a destiny point, which it looks like someone just did.
Yeah. Hint.
I wanted to show him the mechanic,
Yeah. Hint. If James is narrating and orating stuff really long, then he's probably working something up and giving you a chance because it's going to be ugly.
or totally trying to get you to deplete your resources so
True.
I can have them. One or the other. Both work. Okay, so that basically means I upgrade the difficulty of the shot. So even though, they saw you, they're getting ready to take the shot, apparently, and He doesn't have to say why it's upgraded. Usually I'll throw some flavor text out of that. He stepped into the dark shadow of the dumpster that's there. Just as he was about to take a shot, it got a little more difficult. You know, the shadows cling to Darwin just enough. And then the bad guy's going to take a shot. Let me see if I got a character that's got a weapon on this one. Okay. So he's got a submachine gun. He's going to take his shot not on auto fire. So he's shooting one round. Now it's already more difficult because that destiny point turned the purple into a red, so you'll see him roll a purple and a red against his skill set. Now he didn't aim either, so he's rolling against a really good two gold and a green against a purple and a red. And as you can see, that red, God, I can barely see. Oh, I did forget your defense. And often when we forget defense, I will clear the pool on my side and roll a black die. And in that case, the black die was blank and sucked. By the way, the black dies are 50-50 blank. You know, it's blank or it's a fail or a set or a disadvantage. So in this case, we see on his submachine gun there, his damage is 5. His crit is on 3. It's got medium, and his qualities are auto fire if he used it. In this case, he didn't. So we know that for each success, it's +1 damage. So in this case, Dante is going to be taking 7 points of damage before soak. So Dante will click his character, see that he has 4 soak, which is pretty good soak.
So luckily I only take 3.
So he then clicks on his little red circle, puts -3, enter, and you see his life bar shrink. And then basically I would click this. The next NPC is your quarry that you're chasing. He's saying, screw this, I'm out of here. And he basically is double moving. Guy shoots a gun off a rooftop. I don't want to stick around.
Oh, they're on the rooftop?
They're on the rooftop.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I know. Technically, I could be giving them a blue dice and you guys a black dice and for narrative shit. But, you know, we're not worrying about that. So then it's going to... Then it's going to be one of you guys' turn. So who's going to go next?
Well, I'll go if nobody else wants to.
And by the way, this is only a 1-story building.
1-story building? Okay. Well, I will say, hey guys, take care of them. I'll keep on our guy and I'll chase after him.
Ooh.
Wow.
Now the question is, are you going to take 1 strain to do parkour too?
I need to, let's see. You know what? I will. I'll take a strain and use parkour to go up the side of the building.
Wacha! So he immediately parkours up there, and that doesn't count as a maneuver, right?
It does.
It does? Okay. So you still have your action, which you could then use as another maneuver to run.
And that's what I will do. However far, I don't know.
Like 3 squares. Yeah. So he immediately parkours up the side of the building, making you kind of jealous with your gecko hands.
And then what I'm going to do then is, as I'm running over to kind of stay out of sight, I'll kind of like duck behind the parapet a little bit.
So that way these guys can't get a shot off at you.
To get some cover from them, and then hopefully maybe he won't see me.
Man, I'm screwed. He parkours, he climbs gecko walls, and I can't climb shit.
You're like, guys, leave me in the car so I can hack this shit. Right. So, next bad guy is basically this group here, and this group that are minions, and they're running down the stairs on the side of the building. Because sadly, that's all they can do is move and then move again, going down the stairs. Now, it could be that the stairs were broken and rusty and ugly, and I'm a jerk and requires them to make a strength roll or an athletics roll. And in this case, we're going to say, yeah, I'm going to make them do a strength roll, which they don't have. That sucks. But their brawn is 2. So they'll be doing, because it's really difficult, because it's rusty and ugly and nasty. And they'll be doing their brawn 2, which in this case They succeed, but basically they each take 2 strain because they basically were cutting their hands on the jagged metal or something along those lines. Okay, so then it comes to our next player's turn. And you can see that it's basically the 2 of you guys back to back. So you can do quick strategy or just decide, hey, how about Darwin just goes up there and shoots the guy?
Yeah, I was going to say, that sounded like a really good idea.
That was kind of what I was hoping to do.
Now you can move up a little bit to get in better position.
Because right now you're going to be rolling against 2 purple dice.
So he's at medium?
Yeah, he's at medium. If you split the distance, you're only rolling against 1 purple dice.
Or you can aim and shoot, which will give you a blue plus your dice pool with 2 purple.
Mm-hmm. Or then to make things even more complicated, you can move up to make it 1 purple dice, then spend 2 strain to aim while you were running. Because you're basically that little bead of sweat while you're doing both, where you're aiming and running, doing combat, tactical run. Doing both, but it costs you a little strain to be able to do that as well. Which tactically, if you want to kill him in 1 shot, that's your best bet in my opinion.
Definitely increases your dice pool and stuff for a little strain. And you're at full now, so.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking...
Yeah, keep in mind, that's kind of the whole point of having strain, is to be able to do something like that.
And remember, you can earn strain back easy. It's honestly really easy. You could even just say, I hide behind the dumpster and want to roll a cool to see if I get strain back.
Yeah. Or when you perform an action, with your advantage, you can use that to recover strain as well.
Mm-hmm.
A point per
advantage.
So I guess my question is, how far do I move?
You can move.
How far can I move?
Roughly 3 squares. Normally I'll have these maps with an arrow showing you how many squares is roughly short and roughly medium. So you could easily move here and make it into short distance.
Okay, and then I can aim.
So you'll basically take 2 strain. So you want to click on your token and reduce your strain by -2.
-2.
Perfect. That's perfect. And then on my side, I'll pull up my GM's character sheet. It's going to be a difficulty of 1 purple, and you have an aim. So your difficulty is in there. And then basically I'll give you an option like, do you want to roll a story point to make it even better? I won't say that, by the way. I will give you a pause that sounds like I said that in the silence.
This is where, I mean, yes, I do, because I want to try it, but I don't want to waste our story points, and I don't. You're
not wasting them.
And remember, if you spend it, I will spend it too. So it's one of those. It's constantly economy that goes back and forth. It's not going to stagnate either one direction. I'm never going to steal one. Yeah, you guys can totally steal 2 back. So technically, the 2 I have could disappear at any moment.
Okay, well then yes, please. I definitely want to spend a story point.
Okay, so go ahead and click use story point.
That's right.
And it'll pop up saying you did, and then I'll upgrade. Now always, if you use a point, give me a second, because I have to actually click an upgrade button. And then click out of the box to make sure it works. And then I'll say, okay, so your difficulty's in. It's 1 purple, 1 upgrade, and 1 blue dice.
Yeah, and then you're going to be on the weapons tab, and the little dice on your weapon is what you're going to click for using a weapon, or instead of the skill.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Because that way, when you click it, it'll pop up your weapon's pertinent information right there for you. So, like in this situation, you really wanted it to happen. So not only are you reaching up with your little pistol, it was that aim, dude. The aim helped. The upgrade helped. You got him for 10 points of damage before soak. Now, in this situation, let me pull up his character sheet real quick. He is a criminal runner. He's got a soak of 2, because he's all about being cocky to shoot somebody. So he's going to be taking 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points. He's taking 8 points of damage. He is still alive, and I'll basically say exactly this. What would you like to do with your 2 advantage and your triumph? Now, the weapon can't crit on 2 advantage, but you can totally crit with a triumph.
Then I would like to crit with the triumph.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And then I'll go when you say crit. And you can also do stuff like you shot the gun out of his hand. Because how embarrassing would that be with your triumph if the gun goes clink and clink in the alley down below?
Oh,
So in this case, though, we rolled a crit. So I rolled a 34. So he has staggered. He can't perform an action on his next turn. So when you shot him, you got that solid slug to the chest where he's just like grabs his chest in shock and awe that you shot me. And it's basically he's staggered and can't react on the next turn, which is great because basically means he's standing there for you to shoot him again. Now you still have 2 advantage. So what the 2 advantage could be used for is you could say I give specifically one of your friends a blue dice, or you could say I give him a black dice because, on top of staggered, but you kind of metagame, he's not shooting back right now. So, or you could come up with something cool for 2 advantage.
Or you can spend that to take and get 2 strain back.
Yep, you can totally get that 2 strain that you spent right back. Because what that means is, like in a cinematic movie, you were running with your gun out, you stopped for a half second, shot that perfectly aimed shot, hit him, and as soon as you take the shot, you kind of let go of your 2-handed pistol grip and you kind of breathe a sigh of relief when you see that he's been shot. And the blood spray shoots out his backside, and he's just like looking at his gaping chest wound, and you just like go, 2 strain back, because that's as easy as it is that strain comes back.
Yep.
Okay, well then I don't feel a need then to get strain back quite that quickly, even though I love that scene. I would rather give a blue dice to I guess Maestro's going next, so I'll give him a blue dice. Unless he doesn't think he's going to need it.
I'm not going to be able to do anything with it just yet, but...
Oh, but it stays? It doesn't go away?
If it's a specific, it saves, right, James?
Yeah, if you give it to him, it'll basically sit with him like that until he does something that basically
that requires a roll.
You helped him or inspired him in some way that when he cashes it in, he's basically looking at you and he's giving you the whole buddy Jesus fingers.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
for 1 advantage, you basically give to the next person to do something.
And we could
for 1.
totally say, since we have a hacker in the group, that you see there's a security camera here. So what if you guys did know Harry's identity and he's a mysterious guy running away? You could totally hack that camera real quick to get a copy of Harry's face.
Cool. Okay. All right, so you gave me a blue.
And then I would put the blue in there, and because it's a bad camera, man. It's a bad camera.
Yep. So I'm moving up.
So what I just did is I spent one of the story points to upgrade the difficulty. Not because he sucks, but because this camera's in a seedy neighborhood and they've like spray painted it. And maybe what he wants with this camera's not going to happen. Do you have something that gives you upgrades on hacking?
Not on the hacking, no.
Okay, so I've got your 2 purple with 1 upgrade and 1 blue.
Let me look. Okay. And just also a real quick note on that. Either 3 advantage or on the triumph that you rolled, if you were shooting at a minion group, say you did damage and took 1 out, you could use that 3 advantage or the triumph to kill 1 more minion.
Yeah, a crit when it comes to minions will automatically kill another one if you want to crit on them.
Yeah.
Basically just means you took a good shot that blew through one guy and took the other guy out like Die Hard.
Nice. Okay.
Because why? The dice said so. That's why we love narrative dice. It really is, because cool shit happens. I mean, honestly. I mean, I'm a fan of D&D, but D&D, it's binary. It's succeed, fail. Here, it's who knows what the hell's going to happen, you know?
Yep. Yeah, it gives you so many options. All right, so what am I doing? I'm doing
You're going to be hacking? Yep.
All right. So we're going to hack. So I got a blue.
So immediately Maestro looks up at the camera and you see his little spinal modem start flashing a little loading light. And the camera's little loading light blinks in sync with him as they're talking to each other.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yep, I got the blue in there for you.
All right.
So in this case, wow, that blue is super helpful.
Yeah, it was.
So two successes. He quickly, immediately downloads a picture of Harry. So he's got a profile shot that's clear and good. He also has 4 advantages, which are a lot. How would you like to spend those?
I'm looking here real quick. I was trying to see if your little cheat sheet I had anything for that as a reference. How about if I was able to use some of that to get additional data on him?
Okay, so I'd say for 3 advantage, I'll give you more information on him.
Okay.
Anything particularly you're looking for, or do you trust me to give you an info dump?
Hangouts.
Okay.
Like kind of stomping grounds.
So you apparently tapped into the city's closed caption, security camera setup, and you know for a fact that he's come through here at least twice a week, every week for the last month.
Okay.
And you have a good general idea of where he's heading. Basically,
Okay.
like the building or 2 that he's heading to.
Cool.
Because he doesn't always go to the same building, so you have an idea if he normally comes to like this cluster of 3 buildings.
Okay.
Depends which one of his Sanchez he's visiting. And then
right.
you still have 1 advantage. How would you?
I do, and I think for that I will give a black dice to the next one of them to go.
Because the camera kind of like activates and fudges them and makes them concerned.
Yeah.
And then basically we would continue another round. This guy was stunned, so he can't really take an action. His mooks, they're basically taking off. Parts unknown. And then this guy's going to run some more, but he's going to like pull his pistol out and aim it this direction. He doesn't want to get jacked up here. So who's going next? You got this guy that's stunned, this guy that's got his gun nervously pointed back like he's on, Crime Alley.
I want to try to catch this guy. So I would like to flip a destiny point to say that there's like a pipe that's spanning the thing, or a duct or something that I could run across with my parkour.
Well, I'd be nice enough to say if you do parkour, doesn't it say you can move anywhere within short distance?
I was going to say, parkour is like jumping, too.
Just parkour across, man.
Okay, so I'm going to, in that case,
parkour.
I'll parkour across, and then that's one maneuver. With my second maneuver, I'm going to try to be real stealthy-like and kind of come over here, still on top of the roof, but behind him, but like stealthy.
And in theory, since he did take 2 maneuvers, he could opt to take 2 strain for that second maneuver and still shoot down at him.
Well, I don't have a...
I was going to say...
So I'm going to wait till next time, because I'm sneaking. He turned in, he's aiming, so I'm going to be nice and quiet so that I could descend upon him next turn from behind.
Well, if you're going to Batman, I'm totally going to say, why don't you take 2 strain and roll a stealth?
Well, would I do that next time or this time?
You just did.
Sorry?
I would totally do it this time, honestly, as a player. This way he doesn't, because he would have heard you running across the rooftop, unless you do stealth.
You're stealthy.
And I will give you a blue dice because I'm giving you a boost dice because he's looking over here for the guy in the alleyway, not the guy springing off rooftops.
Nice. Okay, so I'll give it a stealth roll then.
And sadly, he's got a crappy perception.
Nah.
Wow.
This is why he's called Harry the Snitch, not Harry the Observant.
Did you put the blue one in?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see.
So he went running, he parkoured across here, ran, and was trying to be as sneaky quiet as possible. So his footsteps went from this, originally it was loud, hitting the gravel of the roof. Then it turned into that big, long, silent stride steps. So for his advantage, of course, it gives you an option of, hey, what is the, what options does the computer say you could possibly throw out there? Or do you want to just regain a strain?
I had to spend 2 to get over there, so I'll take 1 back.
So what it is after he did his sneak and he kind of glancingly looked down but pulled his head back before he could be spotted in the noir night lights, he basically stopped and breathed and got a strain back. But he notices now, I can clearly tell him that this guy's waving his gun down the alleyway to shoot the next bastard to come around the corner. And our, guy is still training his gun down this way, adding another blue dice. So he's basically got 2 aims going when he shoots somebody. And then who's going next? And you know that any minute this guy's going to take action again. So when we get to the top of the initiative order, he'll be able to do something.
Yeah, if you're not jumping at it, I think I am going to, well, we're back to back, so I think I'm going to move out of range. So here's a quick question. So wireless, what's like the range on wireless?
For the most part, I believe it's short distance unless it's something connected to the internet, like a satellite dish or a HVAC unit on the roof.
Okay.
Because remember, you're tapped into the free Wi-Fi.
Right. So as long as there's a Wi-Fi signal, I mean, I can pretty much tap shit. Okay.
Don't walk into a Faraday cage.
Right. All right. So what's short? So 3. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. And I think I'll do a double. 1, 2, 3.
Wow. So you're running down the alleyway.
Yep. I don't want to be in the range of the weapon. I can't shoot back at the guy, so.
True to that.
Takes me too long to get up on the roof.
So Darwin, he's leaving this up to you to pull the spare.
Okay. Well, this may be stupid, but can I run up, gecko up the building, and subdue him while he's stunned rather than kill him?
You can try, because basically for 2 maneuver, you can run here and go up the building and be anywhere around him. So for 2 strain, you can definitely do that, because it's basically double move to climb up the building. But you could totally do that. And it's creepy as hell watching you gecko up the side of the building.
No shit. Glad I missed that.
Probably get that serpentine, motion going. So you can be anywhere around him. But the question is, how are you going to subdue him?
Doesn't he only have 2 points left, not 8?
But he has Ahsoka too.
And he took...
Yeah, and you did 10 last time.
10, so minus 2, 8, so yeah. Sorry.
I forgot he's a player character and you can see that.
We can, but yeah.
When I moved him, I accidentally increased his wounds.
I was going to put him in the chokehold.
Okay, so basically you're going to go with a brawl or athletics?
Athletics.
Okay, so he's going to go ahead and use his coordination to avoid getting chokehold. So I've got the difficulty set there.
Okay. So
now what you're actually rolling against is his stats for coordination.
So it's basically an opposed roll at this point. So it's not just average, easy, or difficult. It's actually his skill set you're rolling against. So while you're trying to wrestle him down, he's using his coordination to slip out of your grip. And you only need a success to subdue him, basically. More advantage gives you more cool things you can do.
So Darwin was apparently on the wrestling team.
So go ahead and roll your skill.
Okay.
And you can always say, by the way, that you're shooting him and trying not to be lethal. Unless it's like some horrible lethal weapon, I might be a jerk and say, sorry, there's no stun setting on that.
I mean, it's just a pistol. I'm not sure how. I guess I could shoot him in the kidney or something.
So in this case, you basically try to wrestling team him.
Yeah.
You succeed to grapple him. because you got 2 successes. You succeeded. There's this beautiful noir fight scene happening on the rooftop with the glow of the moon behind, and he's slippery as hell. And just as you get him in the perfect arm lock, so you don't have him like in a chokehold, but you got both arms locked and subdued.
Okay.
He kind of like trips on the gravelly roof, probably because he still has that sucking chest wound. And it looks like the both of you are falling off the roof for those 3 threats.
Oh, damn.
So falling damage sucks in the game. Thank God it's only a short distance fall, which means you're going to need to give me a coordination roll or an athletics. And it's 10 damage and 10 stun minus what you roll successes on. So don't roll yet. Give me a chance to... Okay, I've got it in there.
Wow, you're brutal.
Yeah, I know.
I don't have coordination, but I have 4 agility.
Yeah, it's your
So I want
base dice pool.
that.
Yeah, coordination is based on your agilities pool.
Yeah, there you're going to the skill tree or skill tab to make that roll.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, because I was looking at because I have 1 rank in athletics, but that gives me a golden green or whatever.
So 4 dice is good.
4 dice is better than 2, I think.
4 dice is very good.
Okay, then I'm gonna roll, and hopefully I can land on him.
No.
Nope, he can land on me though.
Well, you succeeded though.
Successes are good because that mitigates the damage. Because when you fall, it starts with 10 wounds and 10 strain on top of it. Because falling damage sucks in this game. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
So like with him, he went splat. He had 2 wounds left and he just took 10 wounds.
Oh.
I think you landed on him. I mean, gee, he had 13 strain and he only took 7 strain because those 3 advantages removed 3 of the strain. But unfortunately, between his gunshot, he did not survive the fall. With you took 8 points of damage, and fall damage can't be soaked, which sucks.
Uh-oh, what about that strain damage?
And for those 2 threats, that's going to be, that's going to be 12 points of strain, which brings you to 0. So strain doesn't kill you. It just means you're basically knocked out. Basically, as he went splat, you kind of hit, you just go to 0. You don't have to worry about going negative. So as you hit, you just let out this horrible oof sound as you kind of like looked up where Maestro was running, and you're just like, help, as you pass out on top of his bloody corpse.
I've had worse days.
So as things go on, Dante's going to do something against Harry there.
Yeah. Well, whenever my turn comes around again.
And at this point, I would delete that initiative slot and delete that initiative slot because they're no longer with us. I mean, on the plus side, Darwin totally took that asshole out.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Whether it was intended or not.
With style, sort of.
Well, I was hoping to get information, but
Yeah.
Okay. So, I snuck up, so he doesn't know I'm there. So I'm going to use a strain of parkour down the building, aim, and then slap him with my palm stunner on his back. What's up, pal?
And what does the palm stunner require? Is that a resilience check or is just strain damage?
Well, it's a brawl attack, and it's just stun damage.
Okay, I got the difficulty in there for you.
Okay.
Which is where I paused to see if he's going to go nuts. So I've got the aim.
Okay.
He's feeling... Oh, somebody's wanting it to happen. Maestro's wanting it to happen. So in this case, Maestro wants him to succeed as a player who's watching this and says, I want him to succeed. So he's getting an upgrade.
Yeah.
So did you
That's why
that?
I did that. Just so
Yep.
you can see that anybody can actually hit that. It doesn't have to be the one acting at the time.
It could totally be one of those things that if you fail, it screws us all, and we want to succeed.
Yeah.
Here goes nothing.
Nice.
Wow.
So that's 7 stun damage. And let's see, with 3, what's the critical's 4 on that one.
Yeah. But you can activate Disorient.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to use 2 to activate Disorient. And then...
and what that means, by the way, is he's got Disorient 2. So for the next 2 rounds, he has a black dice on any action because he's been tased.
Right, and that was under the item quality.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, which you see on the weapon there. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the nice thing with using the weapons tab is you can see all the bells and whistles. Especially if you kill someone and take their weapon. I don't have to tell you what it does because you can already see it. And yes, sometimes people will be shopping when they see some weapons.
Now I don't remember, so he's disoriented. Is 1 advantage enough to give him a black on his next attack, or does that require 2?
If you're just saying the next bad guy, it would.
Okay, yeah.
Since he happens to be the only bad guy, it's a good technicality.
Right.
So it just means you popped him in the nose as well as hit him with the stunner. Okay, so this guy's going to get mad. He's going to get real mad at this point.
He brought some tears to his eyes.
Especially since he was suckered from behind. And if Dante would have asked for it, I totally should have given him an extra blue, by the way. Because he was from stealth, jumped down and attacked. That totally would have been a rogue-style ambush attack. And as long as I'm feeling like super cool mood... Oh, I may have to refresh my Roll20. Hold on. Must refresh. I can't clear my dice pool, so obviously I've been disconnected. And you'll find out sometimes Roll20 does that, and you have to refresh. So just because I feel like I'm being cheap if I don't give it to him, because he did attack from a successful stealth, you get another advantage, by the way.
Oh, so I would have 2... let's see. Actually, could I... so he's disoriented. Could I also, instead of giving him another black, could I get a knockdown?
Sure, you knock him on his ass. As you're just like, ha-ha! Okay, so now that he's been knocked on his ass, he's like totally not happy.
So now he had that double aim, but heading in the other direction. I assume that means he doesn't get to use that against me, right?
Yep, he was not prepared for a guy to jump off the building. But he is gonna go ahead and take 2 strain, which in this case is, in reality, he's a rival, not a player character. So he's gonna take 2 more strain. While he's sitting on the ground, and wow, that math did not work correctly.
No, I was going to say, wow, that was a big drop.
I didn't hit minus, I hit just 2. He's going to take the 2 strain to whip out this big-ass hand cannon. Now, he is adjacent to you, so it's going to be not 1 purple for short range, but 2 purple since you can defend yourself.
Yeah, since he's engaged.
Yep. Which means our buddy Dante here can try to push the barrel out of the way.
Oh, did we both click it at the same time?
Did we?
Apparently.
On my side screen, it says I beat you. What's everybody else say?
It does look like, but I didn't hear it go.
Yeah.
So I will refund you your spent points and shoot you in the face.
Oh no.
And you have defense, right?
I do have I have 1 defense, yes.
Okay.
And he's on the ground and all that.
Oh.
Well, sadly, shooting someone on your third point of contact doesn't give you bad dice. So he's
What's
gonna.
an one do?
What's that?
What's inaccurate one do?
It does that.
Is that another
I was
black?
gonna say another black. Yeah.
That's another black, yeah. As he fires off his hand cannons, almost point blank range, as you kind of like try to dodge out of the way, and your ears just ring as you're getting hit for 10 points of damage before soak. Thank God you got a soak of 4.
Yeah.
Can I interrupt with a question?
Sure.
Yeah.
Is there only one story point per interaction?
Correct. They've changed in the FAQ that both players and GM can do a story point at the same time. Most groups realize how ridiculous that gets because all it's basically doing is ramping up the dice pools on both sides. So
Every single time.
most groups want to just do one flip, not both. But technically, as the rules are now written, both can flip the points. We just like homebrew whether you guys want me to do it or not, because a lot of people have realized it's kind of moot point because if one flips, the other flips, and it just ranks up the chance of natural 20 or dirty 1 to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
But in
We
theory,
tried it before too. It didn't go well.
especially in the Star Wars game when you end up having like 8 Destiny points floating around, it hovers
wow.
at like 4 and 4 on each side because you're just flipping back and forth constantly. Me personally, I'm happier with just the one flip, but I always leave it up to my players to give me the consensus of how messy do you want to make this?
It makes it more of a fluid pull or pool versus just kind of like everybody's flipping all the time.
Okay, thank you. I saw that interaction just made me wonder. So.
Yeah.
It's a good question. So
James, as an out of turn incidental, I would like a story point back, please.
oh, you dirty dog. Now I'm down to 1. Okay, so we'll imagine that at this turn, Maestro's gonna try to come. Oh wow, dude! You know exactly
what
what
kind
you
of building
could.
is this?
It's basically like a convenience store that sells data pads. It's totally Cricket.
So there's a door like here somewhere.
It's all locked right now because it is after hours.
Okay.
But you know what I would suggest? Me personally, since I know it's in your backpack, you could totally double move and stick a stim in him, right?
Yeah.
Basically, what I'm saying is Maestro there could take a second maneuver for 2 strain and give you a drug that immediately fills up your strain to full.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that seems kind of waste.
Well, it would wake you up immediately. All of a sudden, you'd be on the ground, and it'd be like that scene from Pulp Fiction when they stab her with the adrenaline and pump it in real quick.
But why are you looking at my stims, man? Why do you know how many stims I have?
Because we're trying to show them how the rules work, man. This is for demonstration purpose. Makes me less of a jerk for taking them out.
No, I enjoyed being taken. I mean, it was a cool scene.
Yeah. So now you're at 100%.
This is why I'm friends with druggies.
Yeah, 100% of your.
So your strain is back to 12.
So I had 12.
Yep.
That's
so immediately
good.
he comes up and pumps you full of adrenaline.
It's good shit, man.
Oh, wow! Oh, wow!
Yeah, buddy.
As you reach the back of your head because you feel blood and you're afraid it's your skull and you realize it's the other guy's.
Oh, so doesn't taste like wine. Okay.
And see, technically, since he did it in that order, you have your slot in the initiative now that you're awake. That's just me from a metagame point of view.
Yep.
If I was playing you all like battle chess, that's totally what I would do with the characters. If these were all NPCs, I'd totally mess you guys up by doing that.
Okay. Oh, shoot. Okay, so...
You could totally use perception to search the body, or investigate to search the body.
I would love to search the body. I was wondering if I wanted to search the body or go be useful. Perception or investigate. I don't see investigate, so perception it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to search the body, see if I can find, a gun.
Okay, so you do notice, as on a meta level, it was just an average check, but there's 2 purple there, which means out of game knowledge, you probably think he's got a concealed pocket, probably providing his 2 black dice, or something very small and, inconspicuous, like a secret jack on his belt buckle or something. But in this case, you didn't find anything, but you do have 1 advantage. You could totally say, does he have a reload of bullets on him? And I'd probably say yes to that. Or you don't find anything other than his credits card with 300 credits on it. Good thing you know a hacker that can break it for you. And it could also be your fail isn't that you don't find anything. It could be he just took a header off a 10-foot roof and had you land on top of him. So you're pulling out like broken data pad, broken credit card. Whatever he had is destroyed beyond use.
Yep.
It's like I always say in a lot of other games. It's not that you failed. It's just the situation sucks.
Okay. Can it be a broken data pad that, given enough time, Maestro could pull information off of?
Usually for something really useful, I would say like 3 advantage.
Okay.
I'll give you yes that there's a data pad he can fix, but it's probably for only 1 advantage going to be just a data pad. It's going to have that spidered screen, and most of the data is probably corrupted.
Well, then can it be bullets instead?
Sure. And I would say sure, he actually conveniently had the same weapon you do, but the weapon's missing. Maybe it's still on the rooftop. You could always go check the rooftop for it. But yes, he does have reloads just like your pistol.
Okay.
Or his submachine gun ammo is the exact same as your pistol. Only it throws that 9mm way faster.
Yeah.
But you don't see the gun at the moment.
Yeah. Or the other thing, the advantage, you maybe identify like a gang mark on him.
Yeah, you totally realize what
all
his...
kinds of stuff you can do with it. Or ask about.
That would have been... I'd rather have a gang mark. I didn't even think.
Yeah, that's all the options, little things you could try.
And a lot of times you can always throw yourself on my mercy, which usually translates to, I trust you to give me something useful. And I will try to do my best to not bone you on something useful. Often if I have something already lined up, I will totally say, what would you like for the 3 advantage, or trust in me to give you some good intel.
Okay, well, again, this is just a getting to know thing, but I still would like to know what gang he was with. That was the whole reason.
You totally check him for gang tattoos and immediately realize that he's a member of the Vendetta Blood.
Nice.
Okay.
Which could totally be a problem because your buddy Dante is friends with those.
Yeah.
Well, they jumped us first.
Yeah.
Let's not tell Dante about this, shall we?
Right?
You guys share this look because you're like, obviously Dante doesn't know this guy, right?
Yeah. Pulls the sleeve up, so he's like, oh, let's pull that sleeve back down.
Kind of rub the arm in the blood that's on the ground. Cover it up.
Okay.
So that would bring us to the top of the order. Does anybody have anything they want to do?
Well, I do, actually.
I was going to say. Probably
this
Dante.
guy's pointing this hand cannon at me. Now, with the brawl skill, can I, basicarm, take the gun out of his hand?
If you get enough advantages, or are you going to go strictly just to disarm him, not do damage?
I don't want to like use the. I want like that is the purpose of the attack.
Okay, yeah, you could totally go for just the disarm. So it would be just the disarm with no actual damage.
He only has 3 more shots.
I'm going to flip. I'm going to double aim, and then I'm going to try to take that gun away from it.
So what he means by that is he's flipping for an upgrade, and then he's using a maneuver to aim, and then taking 2 strain to aim again. So you can aim twice in a row. So it's going to give him 2 blue dice and an upgrade against the 2 purple, as he's strictly trying to.
On the ground, so
because he's not moving.
Is that a blue or is that an upgrade?
What's that?
He's on the ground.
Oh yes, he is on the ground, so that is an extra blue. So what Dante's going to do is that classic 70s cop show where they do that awkward side kick to kick the gun out of their hand. That's like telegraphed 5 miles away.
And you're calling it flipping because it's flipping from light side to dark side.
Exactly, because when you have the actual bits, one's light and one's dark on one side. So when you're playing Star Wars, you're flipping the little coins over.
Yeah.
Is it all set?
Yep, it's all set.
3 blues and an upgrade.
3 blues and upgrade against 2 purple.
Oh wait, that's the. Oh shoot. Oh sorry. Hang on a sec. Where did I gotta do it on skills, not on the palm stunner.
As he's going for, I saw this in a self-defense class, and basically, blam, he goes with a quick palm strike to the base of the weapon, and it goes flying. What would you like
for the... Can I use those 2 advantage to disarm it, but like take it from him so it's in my hands?
Usually I'd require 3 for that.
Okay, well in that case I'll
but I will give you, for 2 advantage, I'll give you pick where the gun goes. Like if it lands right at your feet.
Okay,
As in like between you two.
I'd like it to like fall in a sewer grate, so it's like on.
So you knock it out and then give it a quick kick, and it goes sliding over and goes right down the sewer grates. Right into the waiting hands of some sewer children.
I'll snap at him. I'll say, like, my backup will be here any minute now. Give it up.
As he doesn't like that. And he's, you know what he's going to do? He's going to spend 1 maneuver to get up. As I accidentally move him under your square. He's going to take 2 strain. Again, why is it doing that? And he's going to run away! And then as his action, he's going to whip out his datapad cell phone and hit a number.
Uh-oh.
So who's going next? And by the way, if someone with a gun was to get right here, you could totally shoot him.
Could we totally shoot the data pad?
So I see him making a phone call?
He's on the phone, whipping it out to make a phone call.
All right. Can I try to hack and block the signal?
Okay. Now, he's got anti-intrusion software, so it's going to be hard with a purple. A black. Do you have anything to take a black out?
Well, let's see here. Let me look at my stuff and things here.
So the reason why I'm asking is some talents will let you remove black setback dice.
Right.
Honestly, I don't think he has one yet, but I know there are dice that do that. In Star Wars, they also have, even in this game, ones that will take black dice out of piloting checks, too. Because you're just that good of a pilot.
Actually, let me look at, I don't think I carried that over. Let me look at what oops, that's not where I had it. Sorry, just a second. Wait for it. All right, where's he at? Okay. Oops, that's not the one I want. Sorry.
It's okay. Sometimes there are a lot of options.
Well, I got to look at what I did for that, and I didn't spell it out there, but I spelled it out on the other character sheet. Okay, so actually, I do, because I have knack for it.
And what does that do?
That one, and it basically removes 2 black die from a skill that you choose, which I took hacking skills.
Okay.
So
I've got your difficulty set then if you want to try to wirelessly hack his datapad phone.
Yep. And then oops. And then does he have ice or no?
Nope.
No ice. Okay, so I don't need to use any of the
fancy stuff.
The Garrett or anything. So, okay. All right, you ready?
Yep.
All right. So, computer's hacking. Blammo.
Damn. Okay, so you immediately look at him whipping his phone out and he's waving it about and you're just like, you stare at it like you're, Samantha from Bewitched and wiggle your nose. And immediately you hack that datapad. What do you want for those 4 advantages? That's a lot of advantages.
Yeah, it is. So how about
here's where we have options.
Yep. So I'm thinking we're going to. So with the success, so I hacked and blocked the call.
Was that your intention to block it, or just hack and get into it?
Well, hacking in and blocking the call.
Okay, happening. So basically, you hang up on the call he was trying to make.
Right, but I want to also know the number in that where he was calling.
Okay, so for 3 advantage, I will give you all the contact information that he has on his phone for that address.
Oh, sweet.
Okay, so for 3 advantages, he was calling Joey Buttafuoco. You've got the address and phone number where he can actually physically, should be located, as well as he calls him at least 3 times a day. Obviously, it must be his handler or something.
Okay. Sweet.
Okay, what would you like to do with that last advantage?
I will throw a blue, be like, dude, I got this guy tagged. Go get him. So, and give a blue to the next person to go.
Okay. So, what is Darwin going to do?
Darwin would like to move to about there.
Okay.
And use 2 strain to aim.
Okay, perfect.
And then shoot.
Okay, he's at medium range. You are aiming. I will slowly pause to see whether you're going to upgrade or not. Remember, you still have a teammate that can steal another one.
Yep.
And we're at 2 and 2.
Then I will.
So if it's really important to shoot him, I've got your upgrade in there. Go for it.
I don't know if it's really important, but I want to. And this time I'm firing my weapon, rolling under my weapon.
Yep, exactly. The D20 that's in the middle of it. Okay, so you're hitting him for 8 points of damage. And that will take him down since he doesn't technically have... He only has 1 damage pool. Ignore the red dot. He only had the green dot. So you take the shot and he goes down. What would you like to use your 3 advantage for? And you could totally say, by the way, with your 3 advantage that he's down but still breathing. That he's not dead. In case interrogation was your thing.
I mean, yeah, why not? Yeah, he's not dead yet.
You take your shot, it whips through his calf, and he goes face first into the concrete alleyway, knocked out, and totally expecting someone to hopefully use some medicine on him.
Not dead yet. I'm feeling better.
It's just a flesh wound. So let's say in this case that Darwin, you can get up there in time to do some medicine while things are happening. Go ahead and roll your medicine check.
Okay. Into the skill tab. I'm on the spot.
Yep.
Okay.
Thankfully, you have the emergency crash kit on you.
Lucky for that.
And
So
in this case,
this guy anyway.
What's that?
We were tailing him. What were you trying to capture him or find something out from him? I don't know.
You tell me.
Oh.
He ran, we chased, and now I know why we were chasing him.
As Darwin runs up and basically gives him first aid, bandages his leg up with a quick patch and takes 2 strain in the hurry for pulling out the medical kit in the dark alleyway with blood already on your hands from the fall you took, as you're basically saving this guy's life, doing the whole "don't die on me, you bastard," as you basically manage to capture him, shove him in the back of your car, because unfortunately it's only a body and a half trunk. It's important to know how many bodies you can fit in your trunk. And you guys take him off to interrogate him privately somewhere else, leaving the dead gangbanger with his skull caved in the alleyway.
Yeah, don't look back that way, Dante. Not pretty.
I didn't see anything.
Dante.
I was chasing this guy the whole time.
Courier this guy's body.
Fuco, man.
Courier his body to the trunk.
Yeah. Now, this is the end of the encounter, right?
Yep, so it's the end of the scene. So what you can do is to roll discipline or cool to try to regain some strain. So basically it's that...
Actually...
Oh, yeah. Someone has to take a resilience check.
Yeah.
So Darwin, when your buddy caffeinated you and hopped you up on something, at the end of the scene, when normally people would be rolling to get some strain back because you guys are catching your breath, it's that between scenes kind of moment. You realize that, oh my God, you're exhausted. What the fuck did he give you? You've got that adrenaline shake of that. What am I on? So what's the difficulty in the resilience check?
It's an average.
Okay, so just 2 purple. Go ahead and roll me resilience as the stims that he gave you are wearing off.
Yeah, each success drops the 10 point. So basically you're going to lose 10 strain. For each success, you take 2 strain away, or 2 for each advantage, 1 strain.
You definitely need at least 1 success and 1 advantage. So resilience skill check. Now this would also be one of those, if you're in a hurry, I'd blow that last light side point you have. Because you don't want to fail this, because if you do, you've basically passed the hell out.
Again, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know that's... Well...
I love it.
Still steal one, so...
I love it when they take their chances.
I just want to take my chance. I don't want to take the light side.
Okay.
That's the point.
Okay. Like I said, you're looking at 10 minus any successes, and or for each 2 advantage, you get to reduce it.
You know what? I'll do it anyway.
Yeah.
It's a good investment, because rather than having to wait for you to get back off the ground, this way you can progress to the next scene, if nothing else.
Hopefully.
Yeah, but I mean, they can shove him in the car and me in the back seat, and I'll sleep it off.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you reduced it by 1 for the 2 strain, or 2 advantages. So you would take 9 strain.
Okay, so I am down to 0 anyway.
So as soon as you patch him up, you look at the guys and say, "He'll live. Just get him to the car." And you kind of face plant right on top of Harry's unconscious body.
So
and while you're at it,
what just happened?
Well, he he had some trouble. He fell off the roof and kind of had some problems. So I got him going again. It looks like he kind of wore him out.
He wasn't used to the
Little
good
fella
stuff.
had a busy day.
Is this normal?
I don't know, man. I don't know
I
what
guess. Why did you watch these two? I'll pull the car around.
Thanks. That'll work.
Okay, so in that case, we'll wrap up the scene with give me a piloting check.
Oh, piloting check?
And I'm going to give you 1 black because this alley is a death trap of clotheslines.
Or driving check, right?
Yeah, driving check. So it's 2 purple and a black against your driving.
Oh, man.
Those clotheslines, man. Those clotheslines are murder. Okay, so you basically succeed in parking the car there and loading everybody up, but you do take 1 strain as you're biting on your tongue, looking in the rearview mirror, saying, "Don't get bloomers caught in the engine. Don't get bloomers caught in the engine. Those bloomers are getting caught in the wind." Okay,
Those stems are great.
So that's a good place to wrap it up there, as you guys have your interrogatee. You know exactly where Joey Buttafuoco is, to be found, as well as previous, messages back and forth between Harry and him on Harry's phone. So any questions?
Who are these people?
As Darwin is sleeping it off.
On the back seat.
So, Christopher, any questions?
No, I don't think so. It was. I think I understand. I mean, I basically understand it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much the hardest thing is just spending advantages,
Yeah. Yeah, because that requires thinking, which I wasn't doing.
Yep.
Well, it's also really late right now too.
Yeah, there is that.
Yeah. And it gets easier as you play, and we'll all throw in advice and information and suggestions and stuff like that. So, yeah, those stems are fun, huh?
They're fun until you crash.
So, by gosh, I looked brave pulling another guy off the roof to make sure he didn't kill my buddy Maestro.
I mean, and totally cinematic moment there too for the 3 threat to come off of. Normally that would have been okay, you fall. Oh wait, you're on the rooftop. Let's make that more interesting.
Yeah.
Trust me, if it was a 2-story rooftop, I totally would not have thrown you off of it. Because that's 20 wounds and 20 strain rolled to... Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Falling damage is ridiculous. It's bad.
Oh,
unless you're a gecko.
Would my healing talent have had any...
Well, it would increase your natural healing. So when you basically heal over time, you would get extra healing back.
Well, it said I could suffer 1 strain before making a real resilience check to recover from critical injuries and add square to the results.
Okay, yeah, but you hadn't received any criticals yet.
Oh, critical injury.
Yeah. Yeah, healing factor is good for getting rid of those nasty crits.
Okay.
Yeah, because the only other way to get healed is to actually have a doctor in a facility work on you, or have like an Uber paramedic kit.
Yeah, we don't have none of that.
Yes, if you ever get the chance. If you ever get a chance to steal an ambulance, you steal an ambulance.
Right. What do you mean? Stems are good, man. Look what you accomplished. You totally saved the day because of stems.
Yeah. You managed to get 1 crack shot off and, take the guy down. Because poor Dante may have been taken out by just a fist fight at this point, because he's down to 4 strain and 4 wounds. That's within punching damage right there.
Yep.
Well, I did take a hand cannon shot to the chest, so in my defense, it wasn't just a fist blade.
You only had 3 more shots. I don't know what you were worried about.
Wait a minute. You took a
Limited ammo.
hand cannon shot to the chest, and your buddy came up and healed the guy who shot you.
Well, we had to save the mark. I mean,
Uh-huh.
we need info.
Yeah, we have a job to do. It. I get it.
We're professionals.
This way, like in a classic detective movie, you guys open the trunk and can interrogate him still.
Right.
And then just gag him and close the trunk.
Now we got information on Joey Buttafuoco.
And you know, when you start interrogating the guy, if you fail the interrogation, he starts screaming for help. And then you just point at Dante at the steering wheel to make noise, and he just revs the engine real loud to cover up the yelling for help.
So
Alrighty.
cool.
So that's probably a good place to wrap it up there for the night.
Sweet. Now, is that a actual? So is that just a test scenario, or is that
That's
actual
just
XP
that's
scenario?
just a playthrough test scenario.
Okay. That's what I figured, but you know, if there was experience, I wasn't going to turn it down.
But I will give each of you guys 5 experience to burn.
Hey.
Because you have worked together for a while, so that way at least you can get another point in a skill. Or a talent if you haven't bought one yet. So you guys have 5 experience to burn.
Nice.
And on your character info, if you go to the character info tab, under character, there's an available experience and then total experience. So you can track it there until you spend it by putting it in the available.
Okay, thank you.
Or on your other sheet that you're modifying with. But just so you know, I always track it here, and then when I get around to carrying it over on the character sheet to add it. Sweet.
Total.
And then I'll type it in there. Plus 5 experience. And by the way, the chat will always stay up. You can constantly go back and look into it and stuff. And you can get back in your character sheet anytime. You don't have to wait till everybody's here. You can just totally, now that you have permissions, you can just log in and go through your character sheet.
Okay.
Because trust me, I'm going to totally sneak in and look at you guys' characters and copy notes down so I can start writing a campaign up. After I've gotten an hour or 2 of sleep.
Yeah, an hour or 2.
Is it okay if I go in and do a little bit of shopping with my 350 monies I still have?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, a flaw on this character sheet, man.
What's that?
Skills. I accidentally put earlier I'd put in the free skill that I got for natural, and I put it in melee by accident instead of brawl, but it won't let me take it to 0. Once you put it to like 1,
Oh, crap.
there isn't a 0 option.
On
So
the if you go back to your career and hit select again, you can reselect it.
oh really? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, under natural, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Cool. All right.
And of course, if you come up with any questions, don't be shy. Feel free to shoot.
Oh, I will, believe me.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Have a good rest of the weekend,
good night.
guys.
Yep.
Thanks.
All right, guys.
All right. Later.
Nice to meet you. We'll see you next time.
It was fun. Thank you. Pleasure.